Jesus.
Touch!
this place. What if I can't get out? Oh, shit. Jesus. perfect fit. Guess I need 2 more. Weird. How do people normally get in here? Oh, sorry about this.
likeliest moves.
This might be useful. That's too effective. That's better. What the fuck was that?
My head. Quiet! Filthy animal!
I tried to save a spider but failed. So I'm a horrible hero. Suck at it apparently. It was moving around so much, I was trying to relocate it, take it outside, and then it right when it like moved when I moved and like accidentally got crushed. So it's like, uh, so I don't think he's gonna make it. But then my cat is like, I can't eat unless my cat wants to eat right now. So apparently, I don't know. I already fed the cat though. That's the thing. It's ridiculous. Mr. Washington, George Washington, is like always hungry and a food addiction. I didn't time it right, eating when they ate, so or he ate because the other cat doesn't bother. Like the other cat doesn't even like to eat soft food all the time, or usually Pepper is usually satisfied with soft food, so or hard food. I mean, she'll just eat the hard food, and then George will eat almost anything, nonstop. Got to keep an eye on him because he's clearly not as smart as she is. So, but yeah, I began writing again, and then I stopped, and was just well, what I was writing last was on actually, it looks like I was probably writing on like Marvel stuff, but what I actually wasn't. That was just like random note stuff, and 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 that I was pulling because I couldn't remember everything, so I pulled some of it off the web, and then trying to solve what maybe they're doing, but that's not actually. But I'm writing on the Shy Cry, uh, or whatever, a horror, more grounded story arc, building into like what that could be, become more because it's like there's cults and all this other stuff, and it's like paranormal activity, and but that one's a lot more uh, mirroring Earth than most of the stuff that I usually do that is my stuff is usually in on completely different fictional worlds out in a whole other universe. But but I don't know. And then I stopped because I was like, what the hell is the point of this? You know, ever like look at something and then you see like something that you wrote a long time ago, and then you pull out something out of your secret folder, and then you look at like what someone else releases out in the public, like in the future, and then you're like, well, sometimes it's just the same name, as silly as that, just the same name, and then like it still can be like, you know. But then it's like when you see certain things in some other people's stories, and it's like, oh shit, that actually match. I don't like. I wrote them a long time ago, but I didn't publish them. That's the thing. That's the problem, right? Is that wrote them a long time ago, but I did nothing legally and didn't publish any of it. So, but it's awful odd, like how all that works, and it doesn't motivate me to continue writing. I'll tell you that. It was actually doing the complete opposite. It was making me not want to write. But when I saw something that I was writing and then looked at someone saw something else, they were like similar traits to a certain part, and then I was like, I don't know, just like depressed. That was like too similar to that, and then I was like, then I have to, it's like telling me like I have to rewrite it or some shit. But even though I'm don't know. Maybe I did write it. I have a hunch that I might have wrote it first, but I don't know. I'm not living in their life. So, but I could tell you that it is sometimes creating something doesn't matter because of how the law works. Because the rules are fucked up and not always in the favor of people. That's, we live in this wonderful, perfect, government, where nothing ever goes wrong. Now, that's the dream, wouldn't it be? Like, it was actually perfect, but it's not. But, hey, and I see some shit. I was tearing apart an FBI video not too long ago. I was watching the FBI talk, thinking, like, how they, like, at least what they're sharing and how they're sharing it with the public, and then they're like all secrets, and it's like they don't want to weaponize the power for themselves. You know what I mean? It's like, and they blame it all on an easy target because they have people that are associated with doing evil right now in Russia, right? So they're like, that's usually what it is. It's just like blame one thing, and it's like, but it's like there's a lot of it's right. It's all over the place. It ain't just in one government. I don't believe it is. I believe it's in several, including the U.S. And I don't think you could save the world without making the right sacrifices. I cannot see a world ever being resolved perfectly saved without. I don't know how it's possible if we don't give up our privacy at some point in life for the whole world to be able to see. Here's the problem, though, is that you can't have a corporation owner. It can't be owned because then it's excluded. It could become excluded, and then it becomes a trusting game where you are like have to put all this trust into this one organization that may or may not use it for evil. See what I'm saying? It's much better if everybody can see it and we stop playing the secrets and lies fucking games. Because I think the troll stuff is not new. In fact, it's older than the existence of the internet, as far as I'm aware. But the troll shit is what causes a lot of problems. Though I will say, like, the lies and the secrets, even if they're not doing, like, the top tier evil, they sure are maybe unintended. Maybe they don't realize it, but they are, you know, helping the bad guys at the same time, if it makes any sense. How fucked up is that to when you realize and know, like, when you're protecting yourself or protecting someone because you're backed into a corner and you have to figure out how you're going to protect somebody, and the only solution you have is secrecy or privacy. It's like it's the trade is you're literally choosing to protect someone in exchange for the villain to keep thriving because it's not stopping the disease. It's not stopping things from happening. It's it's like a defeat the moment you get selective. When you are the government, you're supposed to protect everybody. You know what I mean? Not be selective. You're supposed to be at a more broad level. There's a sacrifice. This is why I could see, like, personally how hard it is because they're still human and still want things. They still, and the more you put in, the more you sacrifice yourself for a cause that could. This is the unfortunate truth. It takes away. It is a sacrifice, and it takes away from their hopes and their dreams, and it's devastating. And when people are dragged in to have to actually be the hero, because a real hero doesn't seek to be a hero. They don't want to be a hero. You know what I mean? It's just like they're just drawn into it. But it's yeah. But that's the thing, though, is that villains and evil is real, and and you have to be able to know it all, solve it all out. And how the hell are you going to know it all if you can't even start by being able to in tune with senses? to knowing it all. If one sense is obscure, it's still a blind spot. So, a potential vulnerability, and then you're going to trust that an organization knows what they're doing by keeping a blind spot at the same time. I just can't see this cycle ever ending. It just seems like different humans every damn day, every damn time this stuff happens. It's no wonder why it never fucking stops. It's an endless cycle of never accomplishing truly anything, relocation at best of issues but never truly stopping the issue, taking out the infected or the pure evil people that are even worse than the infected, debatably. And you look at like all of that stuff, and you look at all of it, you can't stop it by continuing to play Ring Around the Rosie. You know what I mean? Like it's like no wonder why there's still evil going on. And that's like, what the fuck are satellites for? What the fuck is God's eye for? The idea to see all, know all. And you can't tell me like that someone doesn't have access to all this technology, and when someone has access to all this technology and they do nothing with it, they're the ones with the resources, and you see what I'm saying? It's very sketchy. I'm telling you what, don't look good on them when something bad happens, because they're the ones that have God's eye. We don't. The citizens aren't allowed because because that means what that means is our government is corrupt. It's what that means. It's evidence that even we are corrupt. And we are corrupt. If our government's corrupt, that makes us all corrupt. Even it's just the logic, statistics of how it works. Like, I'm corrupt because of it. It drags your ass into it. It drags your mind into it. I'll tell you what, and I can't see a future of saving the whole damn world or doing. It's just impossible without making the right sacrifices, and you got to be careful. I'm telling you, like, people don't want like a trustworthy organization to have to make it exclusively for only them to see, because it'll be history empire shit all over again. One good empire lead to a bad emperor. It's like it doesn't. It's a very toxic place that is not going to solve everything. It might solve something on a timer at best that way, but to convince people that it's working, and then you'll find out that it's not later on. That's how that shit works. That's why you need it to be for the public. There's no possible way that the world will be saved unless the whole world is forced to be honest. Not take their freedom away of saying things, their speech, to say whatever the hell they want, whenever they want, but we need to at least be able to see everything to have even a chance. Everybody needs to be able to see everything because it's fair. I'm tired of trusting people's words because they've done things that we're supposed to trust, that, all traitors are good people because they do one thing for one government, so then they can go do something evil because their government will look the other way, because, it's that's the flaws, it's the imperfections. It's a trade. It's not moral at all. There ain't no, there's a lot of evil about it, and it's like I said, we're all fucked, and we'll forever be fucked, regardless as of a whole, in the favor of the rich and the secretive, powerful, those who, for as long as we keep investing in this same circle. But, I can invest somewhere else, but that doesn't mean anyone else will, because I'm just one guy, and there are a lot of people on planet Earth that apparently are outnumber my people. So yeah. But there's that. So, all right, call it a rant, call it whatever you want, but I'm going to turn this off because, don't want to deal with whatever the fuck may come through shit, I guess. I'm tempted to blast everyone through. Trust me, I'm tempted to run all of my multiple sounds that are in this room with me through the speaker. But I also, you know, am I I guess I'm stuck is what I'm saying. So other words, I'm not sure, I got some what is this following thing? I don't even do the following thing right. So it's like on any of the social media shit. So and I don't really have an ambition to do the following thing right. 'Cause if that says a lot about me for some random ass clicks and shit, then whatever. But I'll tell you also, like before I go, that it does feel like there's a lot of dictatorships that need to go for a lot of places. Like these dictatorships that are, you know, uh, I heard a story about an artist. His name is Justin Bieber. Yeah, everybody probably knows who he is, or to an extent. I don't know everything about him, but I know of him. But the story is that he apparently did something to outwit, you know, his uh, uh, basically the music industry has a bunch of fucked up laws, or has been known to have people screw over artists, and it's you know um, something good can be so bad. You know what I mean? It's a lot more darker and malevolent than you might think, and then we have privacy that also helps these evil people as well. Like I swear to God, like I swear to God on my hand, every time I look at this word, I feel like I'm the awkward one saying it. But privacy is designed to protect us, but yet it also protects evil. It's like it's almost like a lose lose. Who's winning in privacy? Just it's like I can secure a lot of my stuff, sure, but it doesn't guarantee you going to. Like if I entrust someone else to do it, that doesn't mean they will do it anyway. So it's like that's why I said like I find it all where every time there's a payment on any format of security, you need to do more work than the people you're paying to make sure that they're doing it right. So it's like if I'm doing the work, then why the fuck am I paying you? You see what I'm saying? I don't well, it's fucking bizarre. We live in it's definitely corrupt, and I definitely feel corrupt myself. It's like I put on a cloak of sleaze, and I sometimes become that as well, and I don't like it, and it's like backed into a fucking corner. I could play the villain, you know, I guess I can, but I'm trying not to. But anyway, okay, peace out. Hopefully the way things are governed change in future to better good people, not evil people, or what's going on in the world, like all the fucked up shit. I feel like I want true love and do my formula to get to true love, and it's working to a certain extent, but it's I do have my suspicions on on where it could go wrong because of other people, and or it might not happen, it might not be happening, but I realize that I have noticed something where it's like the whole people destroy people thing is I can't see everything. That's what I'm saying. And if I can't see everything, I can't help everyone. I can't help the whole thing. It's going to be imperfect. So even being a weird ass psychic,
still can't see everything. I don't know what kind of psychic there is that can, or probably the one that would seriously, I can imagine, and how I imagine it right now is like a soulless, like in complete solitary, like maybe learning how to collect all visions and trying to, but even then, I don't even think that even a spiritual monk could see everything. I doubt it. Because I like how the psychic energy is like still channeling and tunneling. It requires energy. And it's just like, it gets exhausting, trust me. It's, as long as we're humans, I don't think it's possible. So that's enough. Even the psychic part is enough. I don't think it is. I don't believe it is. I know that psychics are real and that there's an actual channel that is real, but I also don't believe they are perfect. But anyway, I don't want to say God bless to everyone because maybe there's a serial killer watching this, and if that's the case, then you should be, sentenced as, people exterminate bugs, and, that's what should happen. You know, I I think there's too much energy. I don't have energy to reevaluate a serial killer and try to turn them into a better person. So personally, and I doubt, and the chances are that someone succeeds is more unlikely than the chances of success, of reevaluating or changing someone. So if that's the case, then I don't have anything nice to say to someone like that. But anyway, God bless and everything, all the lovey-dovey shit that people say, and hopefully it works out for everyone. That's not an evil person. Okay, peace. I'm going to finish this. Well, maybe not all of it tonight or in the morning, but this is my fourth or fifth playthrough. First completion on PlayStation. So this would be, but first on the PlayStation, the fourth or fifth. And so as you can see, I have memory for things. I still have to look up the save codes. I don't remember the save codes numbers, but I remember everything else pretty much. Actually, I believe the toilet thing is, which I never solved that, but I'm convinced that I might have the pattern memorized a little bit better, but that takes energy to apply to, so I'm not going to guarantee I'm going to go for that achievement or trophy, because I don't have that achievement anywhere on any of them. That's like the one. I've beaten every other gameplay mode, but the hardest, the difficulty for that trophy or that achievement I was on Xbox actually for that one, and then another so it's like, which if I play one more time over there, I can get that. And then there's a speed run one, and then there's the secret one. Is there a secret achievement? I forget now. See what I mean? Maybe the secret achievement is just me looking for the special content and getting the achievement systems mixed up, because I have a sense that I fucked up with one of those achievements' identity. I'm guessing. Just a sense that I fucked up one of those achievements, but their identities, the identity and where they belong. But anyway, I'm getting fucking exhausted. I may be able to sing, but right now I feel like I'm doing more ASMR than singing, so I'm going to shut the fuck up, and hopefully my soulmate watches this and can read and see through everything and know everything, and she figures it all out and contacts me. gives me a call. But so far, that pursuit has been unsuccessful. So, but it's not impossible that a miracle can happen, that she could, something can happen. But, it takes two. I can't do it by myself. If we did, we'd be evil. We probably would. Like, I don't see how, like, what kind of person takes a whole ship into their own hands? A control freak? I mean, it's great if it's true love, I guess, but I doubt it, because most people that do that stuff are psychopaths that nobody should want in their lives. But anyway, uh, again, I'm just gonna keep going, so, and talking, and I don't know, maybe I'll decide that I'll add something ridiculous at the end of this, like, uh, um, I painted the police station again because the paint is kind of like coming off, and I'm an asshole because I didn't buy into that, so, and to getting a different skin case, so I just over painted it again. Yeah, that's odd enough. All right, peace.
Shut up. Sings right away. Not enough.
Oh, one more thing I decided that I'm going to share. I decided to, for as my next big game that I'm going to do for multiple devices is 007. Because I don't usually get the same game for multiple consoles. I do that once in a blue moon, but I think I'm going to do that with 007. I already pre-ordered the controller. I've not pre-ordered the games yet, but be getting them digitally probably. So one I might get physical. I haven't decided yet if I'm gonna do the collector's edition or not yet, because I have other things that I'm prioritizing at the moment. That um, so I might not, but do that. But I would like to be able to attend Game Fest this year. It's in the beginning of June, so it's a little bit difficult to get there. Um, from what I have planned in May, because I have like a bunch of dentist appointments in May and I got other things. So right after a lot of things are happening in May. Um, so I got a lot more than just that going on in May. And then uh, so it's like, and at the end, which means I wouldn't be able to play much of 007 because I'd have to leave because I drive. I'm not going to fly. I would drive to LA for Game Fest, and I'm not going to want to be tired, So, I'm going to want to be some kind of mentally awake, aware, because I don't feel like, getting killed or anything or whatever can happen because, there's well, not everyone has good intentions, so there's that as well. So, and I'd like my mind to be prepared, uh, because how I look at it is my mind is the most important part. So, where I could, there's my fault because I fucked up. So, yeah, so I don't know if I'm going to make it, that's what I'm saying, but I'll try to. And I hate to buy into something and not be able to go like I have before. More than once bought into something and then hadn't been able to go. So we'll see what happens. I'm going to try, but it just depends on my brain, if that makes any sense, like mental health. So, which I need to prioritize first, as everyone should put their health first. I would love to go to the Xbox showcase, for example, since this is going to be their uh, big 25th anniversary, coming up in November, and but I can't make any promises there. I can probably be more certain in seeing my plans follow out for a trip at least out there at some point during the summer. If it's not June, there is always Seattle. So, and there's other things going on in through the summer. But we'll see what happens. I'm definitely not going anywhere without a passport. So I'm too lazy to get that. Apparently, I go to fill out the paperwork every time, and then I uh, usually don't turn them in. So, I mean, I could go to Canada, without that passport, but that's about it. Like anything land based, I'm pretty sure my license is will let me do that because I have um, whatever the hell that is. Well, that's what it says at least. Acts as a passport for Canada and Mexico, I think is what it said. I could go to both of those places if I want to. Um, I'm pretty sure. I haven't tried to use it, so yeah. And I hate to go in a line and then like waste time trying to cross the border just to find out, and gas and money just to find out that it won't be good enough or something. It's like, so that I alone makes me not want to even try. That I'm going to be sitting there and I'm just wasting a shitload of money again on something. It's like, yeah, I don't know, but we'll see what happens. Besides, I don't know what I would do apart from Toronto. I wanted to go to Victoria someday in Canada, but I, because it looks beautiful. It just looks like a peaceful place, a different type of trip, non-electronic trip, more of that's a completely different kind of trip because it's like there's trips that are tech-based, electronic-based, and then there's trips that aren't. So that one would be one of the trips that aren't, I'm sure of. But uh, yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm not in a certain deep stage in my life right now of what decisions, because feel kind of like trying to figure out what the right move is, and sometimes it feels like there is no right move, and like all of them are going to be shitty in some way. 'Cause it's just like I feel like I've gotten so negative inside. I kind of feel like hopelessness a little bit, but I haven't given up, not completely. So I see like um, possibilities and chances for things, but chances are I won't be leaving the U.S. Our probability I won't even bother trying is what I'm saying. Chances are for this year, maybe next year, but I doubt it for this year. Unless someone can, motivate me to, I don't know if I have paperwork right here actually. Well, I got paperwork again if someone, but if I find the ambition to go and do the rest of the steps, see what happens. But yeah, there's I thought about Indiana Jones as an older game, so that was a good game, and I beat that on Xbox, but nowhere else. So I thought about replaying it here at some point. I'm not sure. Forza Horizon 6 is Forza Horizon. It's has its fan base. I probably will play it, but not very long because it's just not my type of game that draw like I don't know, just or whatever. So I don't usually play that type of stuff. But the last time I got big time into a Forza game was the most. I think the last. I mean, I did play quite a bit of Forza Motorsport 8, but I didn't even play that as much as Forza Motorsport 6. So, and then Forza Motorsport 7, uh, even less than Motorsport 8. But I played like a lot of Motorsport 6. And then as a Horizon, the only one I really was ever glued to was the Fast and the Furious Forza Horizon, when I played the heck out of that. And I tried other types of Horizon games, and there was one I played a while on, but I can't remember which one it was. Like one of the later ones. But that was about it. I think it's cool going to Tokyo, great, but and I would love real life more than even in a video game, but I will play it through Game Pass. I will be definitely pre-ordering 007 though. That's my next big one. And then after that, it's I don't know because I I'm almost done with Final Fantasy VII again, but I've been taking my time with it, and then I know Rebirth is coming out again, but that's even longer. So my guess is I won't finish that game until if I get it again, which I'm thinking about as like a side thing, that I wouldn't even finish that until like January 2027 because I'll like be in no rush of finishing it. Just like playing it slowly to Rebirth, my guess. Like 2027. Movies this year. I have went to the movies once this year. And that was for Ready or Not 2. It was a great sequel. You know, one character doesn't die, is on the side of the devil. Let's put it this way, on the side of the devil. So I kind of am intrigued in a witty, clever sequel that I don't know if anyone else has the mind that I have, or has some kind of vision idea entertaining this third film, but I definitely do have some ideas for third. So there's that. I thought it was great. I loved it for what it was. I mean, horror movies are all, are for only a certain type of audience, not for everyone. So that type of mindset. But so I don't get scared with any horror movies. So, so maybe a jump scare. That's about it. Like, but that I'm not really. I don't watch them for that. I have different reasons why I watch horror movies. If I watch them, I watch Scream. I did watch Scream 7, not in theaters. I have. Okay, so it wasn't as bad as what I've read up on. Okay, I will say like I don't think it was that bad. In some ways, I kind of liked it as kind of like an old school vibe to it, but at the same time, I I don't know. Sometimes I'm on the side of it, getting away from the realism. Sometimes I guess, but I don't know, like, and going towards like a supernatural approach or doing something different with it because I do feel like Scream is becoming repetitive for certain as an IP of itself, like of whatever that is, like they call as a intellectual property, which is like a prisoner warden, kind of vibe, like it's like a negative vibe. But anyway, yeah, and I'm glad that they did not kill off the characters from Scream 6 because of stupid word reasons that are ridiculous for firing people for that. Because I would like to see eventually, but I kind of like looking at where it left off. You know, it looked like Happily Ever After, but this Scream we're talking about, this is a world where they can't seem to stop cult killings. So they're really bad at stopping that stuff, apparently. So, in that universe. But anyway, I don't think it was as good as Ready or Not 2. I liked Ready or Not 2 a lot more than Scream 7, but I thought Scream 7 was all right. And then a lot better than what the internet was saying. And then I watched a couple movies I just was falling asleep to. I was kind of not surprised, but I am going to say one negative thing that was very popular, but that I found myself falling asleep to Avatar, which was believed came out last year. Was that Avatar 3? I wasn't. It didn't really. I don't know. Just felt like the same thing over, like really over again. There was like certain elements of it that maybe if I was unaware of video game stuff like that, I would have thought was cool about it. But at the same time, I kind of like, I don't think it was a bad movie, but I don't think it was as great though. Like, it was, I guess it is in a lot of ways for other people, but for me, it was just okay. Like they could do better than what they did. I know they could do better than that, way better than that one. So let's see what they do with the fourth, because I encourage them to do better on that one. But anyway, do make it more exciting and more different, doing doing a lot more with it, so. And it kind of is a puzzle riddle. So, if you pay attention to his names, the previous names, you kind of get a hint of the scripts. I'm going to guess that none of those names are going to stay the same. That they'll all be changed because they're all placeholder names. But they still have, the Seed Bearer title, for example, does make sense still in Fire and Ash. Like, I was able to put that together and see where that actually fits in. And I think Fire and Ash is just, they thought was more of a catchier title and what it does to people's hopes and dreams. And that's what that one whole villain was centered on. There was one new villain that was on fire. It was all about fire. So, yeah, and then I don't know, what else did I watch? I actually really liked that zombie movie that I watched. It was like with the doctor put on like a badass heavy metal concert and found a way to cure the infection. It was like the sequel to 28 Years Later. The Bone Temple. That one was one that I watched feels like it wasn't too long ago, because that was probably one of my favorite movies of this year, actually. That might be my favorite movie that I've seen this year so far. That one I quite enjoyed, the Bone Temple. Like, the way it was executed, the way it was shot was really over, like, the top, and the pacing and how it dared to tackle, like, the mentality of the infection and if it could be cured and why people can't cure something. It's almost like if someone solved a cure and other people, that's the thing. Like, how do you know, if anything, that character could end up being, you know, dissected by horrible doctors in the future, you know, not be in the care of a good doctor as that um, character was, and how he was portrayed, and how he went about it, and it just like was, I just thought it was a masterpiece of a zombie movie. I did have the luxury of watching those back to back because I didn't watch that in theaters. I watched that, like, I own both of those. I bought both of those movies, so it's like I owned a lot of back to back, and I love that they're going back to the original 28 Days Later, which really sparked the fire of the hate and the rage of that this virus and how it works and what it's about, and it's just like um, it actually is. I could sense a lot of good things about it. I don't know. I just feel like there's something there, and that says, like, you know, that whatever's in layers is buried, that there's still a part, there's still a hope, there's still something good left inside. Even, you know, I don't know. I just thought it was really good, like the way it was, and it went heavy on the brain. You know, it went really big into the brain, like, well, the bone temple, which is like also reminded me of a forehead, even though that's not really what it meant. But anyway, yeah. And then I watch a lot of TV shows. In fact, I have Euphoria, which for some reason I thought was available this morning, but I was wrong, and I've been watching that. Well, I only watched the first episode, and I like even the I actually think I like it better in the way it, you know, because they're kind of like, there's a scene in it that I thought was pretty funny, like extra funny, like the drug smuggling scene and shit like that was pretty freaking. What I thought was, I liked it for at the time, but at the same time, I think the new pacing of it opens it up. It kind of feels like more of an open world than the last one. You know, now that they get a say in their lives, you see what I'm saying? Like, some of these people are so fucked up, and you can see, like, you know, see a lot about it, and being in around like evil people, which there's a lot of evil characters in Emporia. You know, it's one of the things that, you know, they get all heavy into, like, drugs and human trafficking, you know, and shit like that's going on, and yeah, so there's some things going on there, and then also Daredevil is good. You know, I got the vibe that I almost am expecting a surprise character. People are expecting Jessica Jones. Everybody is, and that's great. But I'm also expecting Mephisto for some reason. Like, I have a sense that maybe they will do something with a little extra with Devil's Reign, and now that the Kingpin, you know, in his mental state, and I think, like, if there's a time for Mephisto to show up in Daredevil, it seems like it's going to be, like, feels sooner than, you know, I think in some ways it does feel like it could show up and change the world and of the of the Defenders world, because it's going into the Defenders, and Jessica Jones is, like, so powerful. So is Luke Cage, right? So it's like, obviously there's a big difference, but Daredevil has super senses. That's his skill set, and so they all have their own place, but in some ways it's like, sometimes it's like you know, when you introduce certain characters like Jessica Jones or Luke Cage, it's like they could just walk right in and like end the situation right off the bat if they wanted to. It's like because they are a lot stronger than these human characters that have, you know, or and stuff like that, or a lot of things that's going on. But because like to put Kingpin in a ring with her after going all dramatic with that, I'm saying she'd kick his ass. If it's just like straight up, if he doesn't have any tweaks, you know, any additional things. That's why I think it's time that Kingpin does. You know, the Devil's Reign, you know, it's time that he and Mephisto, you know, meet each other. You know, and that's a really cool arc. Like, I have so many ideas for that, where that could go with those two villains, and Mephisto being obviously way stronger, and you know, using Kingpin as like leverage while giving Kingpin additional power, and he, you know, even more power. And so I think things are going to get interesting. And I think with Spider-Man Brand New Day, you know, I really at first was like big in Mayday Parker. She looks like she could make a great daughter for Tobey Maguire Spider-Man. And now that I see that they're mutating and they're really changing and they're really going towards the web of life by the looks of it, I thought for a moment that maybe I started reconsidering for Shothra. But then I thought of the Jean Grey and Legion story arc as not in the comics. And I don't remember Shothra body hopping, because it doesn't look like, you know, to me, like that from off of what I know looks a lot like Legion's powers. Like that's what Legion does. He goes into bodies of multiple people all at once, so body hop. And I'm like, that certainly seems like Charles Xavier's son that's doing that, which is Legion. You know, and there's a big arc on a big story, you know, with that centers on Legion and Jean Grey. So, and if that's the case, then I too am thinking like maybe that is, because Shothra transforms. I don't remember Shothra body hopping or possessing people. Like not at that level, like where they're just like going from host to host. Like she was always present. And Shothra would transform. She could transform into characters, other characters. But and Shothra also came in the, you know, there's a big Spider Totem storyline, and so it's like Shothra is a big part of the story that I know. She's a big part of after the Web of Life, where she wants to recreate the Web of Life, because the Web of Life is already destroyed, because that story arc actually takes place after Secret Wars, if I remember correctly. So, and this is going before Secret Wars and going into Secret Wars. So I start to think that I'm actually even more thinking of Legion and Charles Xavier and Xavier's son now than I actually originally was, because it looks like his powers, not from the comics directly. What Legion does is he body hops and possesses people like he's a demon, but he's actually a mutant. It's Charles Xavier's son, so it makes me wonder if that's what it is. And so I wonder if there will be, where I also thought maybe they'll do something clever where Legion is doing this and going through all these characters and messing around with shit, but also that if that was Jean Grey, that maybe it was Shothra disguised as Jean Grey, like so they could integrate Shothra into the story. Is what I also thought is like, and then also have so she could basically play Shothra, and that makes sense. Like that would basically mean that she'd be able to play two characters at once. She'd play Shothra and Jean Grey. Like that starts to make sense. Like for you know, not wasting Sadie Sink's talent on just one character as well in just one movie. Because Shothra is a big character that could go through several Spider-Man arcs, and even Doctor Strange if they legally figure it out. But the thing is that Jean Grey is also, they, by the sounds of it, don't need to bypass any legal laws because it's like they're, that's an open game for Jean Grey. She could go anywhere if they wanted to. But Shothra, I think, is a Spider-Man kit. Is Sony owns Shothra, I believe. So, and Sony doesn't own Legion. So I think like where they're building into after Secret Wars is where the is probably if they go into the Spider-Verse as like Inside Out, like taking the identity and focusing on the character at that point would maybe, I first saw like Tom Holland's Spider-Man 5 would be an X-Men mutant school film, but for that to do that and a multi-Spider-Verse film, if they were to integrate both of those story arcs into one movie for the fifth, would basically mean he's intending Charles Xavier's school at the time in later film, and he also is, but the thing is, like, I'm not sure if they do it that way or if they would do it like where they go full Spider-Verse for the fifth film and then do the X-Men and Spider-Man story and probably tie in the X-Men Spider-Man story into a Spider Island story for the sixth. But the thing is that regardless of the Spider-Verse story and where it comes back out of, here's the thing, like the web of life and the astral plane that where Loom World, where Shothra comes from, is all tied to the Spider-Verse. As like, if the multiverse is a bunch of identities and that people could be more than one person, like it'd be like Doctor Doom verse or Iron Man verse, which are basically the same character. You in the Secret Wars arc, an Invincible Iron Man, Victor Von Doom and Tony Stark are the same person, same soul, just different upbringings, different names. Their soul is the same in the story, but their upbringing and their character, who they are, because where it basically says like some people that can have the same looks or even can, or certain differences about their looks even can still be the same person from another universe. Like that still could, be a multiversal variant. And if I remember correctly, Tony Stark makes a deal with the devil to be able to fight Doctor Doom. Well, God Emperor Doom, I think is what it is be able to have a fighting chance. Because after that point, I think like he kicked the devil's ass, because when he became God Emperor Doom, then the devil made a deal with Tony Stark to fight his most powerful variant. But I don't think it's going to play out exactly like that. And I don't remember I think I kind of like messed that up a little bit out of order, but somewhere. But anyway, there's a lot of shit, and it's very deep internally. And I wouldn't be surprised if Captain America is the anchor being 616, and if the anchor being went through, if they're using the anchor being thing, and they went through many timelines in that universe, which, you know, the multiverse is all these variation of timelines. Sometimes how it comes off, but then a blink of all existence, and then it's like what there is and what there isn't. And now X-Men, you know, if they're going back to really X-Men, they really go deep into the creation of mutants, and where all that comes from, and that tethered to a more cosmic scale. Like that makes like sense that they would do that. But the thing is, like, there's so much that it's like Secret Wars in itself is, as a 2 hour long movie, would be could be very, I've had visions on certain formats of brand new types of formats of filming movies, and where a lot can be happening in like really fastly paced, with a lot going on in one frame, even all at once, eventually, for the Secret Wars. I don't know if they're going to do that with Doomsday. I think they'll tease it in Doomsday, because it still looks like the way they're shooting it is more with more quieter or more scenes in the background that are not as loud as like the Secret Wars stuff in the background. And that's not even what's going on with when you focus it on the characters, but what's focusing on everything that's happening. It's like multi-layered stuff. And I have a hunch that if they even become aware of that, if they already know it, that it would be integrated into one of their movies. Because I think like it's really not just a brand new movie; it's a brand new type of building a movie in my head that I'm seeing, like this multi-layer format that is also a test to see how the audience reacts to something in that format, where there's a lot that's going on all at once. But if Marvel can pull it off, if it is like for that, because a lot of other movies wouldn't work for a lot of other films. Like if you're working on like a single shot or something, like type of, Earth-based only story, right? Like, but when you're looking at it cosmically and multiversally, it could absolutely work. I could see it absolutely. I don't know. That doesn't mean it will, or that people would. I just know it could and can. It's not impossible. There's a possibility that introduction in my brain, if I could only translate it better, of what I'm seeing. But at the same time, I think, there's a lot going on in the real world. So and Stanley always said, Marvel was to speak for the modern audience, for what's going on in today's time. So the adaptation and going into that, so it's to fit today's times, is just about, how psychic are the creators, is what that is. To being up to the times. But Doom is a solution, and I think that's what they've always seen for their problems. That's what Doom is. Doom is a solution. He's not just a villain that they're going to use. He's an answer to also what they to getting to where they want to be. How I'm looking at it. So, because he is a fresh slate. He introduces, let's put it this way, something that cinematically, if it is pulled off, it cinematically would be a first. It would never have, if they even put it a quarter of Secret Wars, like if they even robbed the Secret Wars comics and put a quarter, it would still be incredibly impressive visually. Like it would alone is still going to be a game changer, not just for Marvel, but for cinema. Period. If they could pull off Secret Wars, like some of the stuff so like especially the big stuff, like the incursions and how they show you in the comics and all the different and pulling off scenes like that will be visually impressive to a whole nother level. Like I think even if the story somehow was stupid, let's say, that there's still a good chance that people are going to get some big visual cues cinematically in a movie that I've never seen any movie ever do. I think the most trippiest movie I ever watched was, I've seen a lot of movies, but maybe some of the paranormal stuff where they go in through mirrors and stuff, but like, or go and take in certain parts of trips that come to mind, but that's not that this is even bigger than that. So bigger than a universe in a universe type scenes. This is not universe side of universe scenes. It's their entire incursions, the ceasing of existence, the soul, how the soul works, identity, mind, and formulated and created, subatomically to atomically, and it's mutatable. I'll tell you that when it hits the essence or the formula of brewing life, it mutate. Marvel is big in the mutation comics, so there's a lot of that makes sense, and it could be over the top. But yeah, Doomsday, Dune Part 3 are loud ones, but there's some others before that, obviously, as well. Supergirl, I I don't know. I kind of feel bad. Like I feel like it's like might not give that movie a chance, so I might go watch it just for that reason in theaters. Um, but the thing is, it's like I think it's a different type of DC movie, just like Superman, was, and I think you either like it or you don't. So I think I like Crypto more than the whole Superman movie, but despite that, I did not like Superman, the Superman movie. The Superman movie was actually pretty good. It was fun. It was better than what I thought was going to be originally, because I was always bored with Superman. I literally was bored with Superman. And then James Gunn did manage to make him a whole lot less boring, which I give him credit for that. Like certain things. I don't think it's like he's the most interesting DC character. I usually gravitate more for the villains than DC. So with the stuff, so I don't know. I'm not really much the person to be talking about the hero part, I guess. But the villain part, like, and most of them are Batman villains, and one of the heroes that I like. I don't like all the variants of Hellblazer, but I do like Hellblazer as a character, in the DC universe.
and how the paranormal hides in plain sight, and how it's like usually layered, and it's like multi-meaning purpose, and about demons and shit hiding in plain sight. So the Hellblazer, or what people would know as Constantine, as that's I think there's only like one actual live action movie, which was, I believe, shit on, but I liked it. I think it was one of the better. I liked the way it was I liked a lot about it, but I thought it was really cool, like in layers and shit like that. But I don't know, other people don't like it. So, and these are movies at the end of the day, not life and death. Hopefully they're not dictating people's lives or deaths, but because that'd be a little fucked up. It's supposed to be entertainment, but not dictatorship over life and death in the real world. But anyway, there's a lot of stuff going on, and we'll see what happens. 2026 is a big year, big anniversary year. I saw last year a sense that I even thought Xbox was going to release their console this year. I had a sense, and I still think they might. I then backtracked to 2027, though, so I'm guilty for doing that. But the thing is, like, at the same time, it's like, I kind of think, like, my first self was right. Like, there's a good chance that it could come back in 2020. Like, literally, like, the new Xbox PC could show up as early as the end of this year. And it was my first, by the way, but I changed it to 2027. That it would actually release at the end of this year as a surprise. Like, people not expecting it this year, but they're expecting it next year. And then for PlayStation, well, they really burnt on this Pro, and I think it doesn't matter. I think if they want to, they could still release the PlayStation 6 and probably sell less than the PS5, but at first, but for people who bought into the Pro, might wait. I wouldn't wait because I didn't buy into the Pro, so that don't faze me. I bought into the original PS5, not the PS5 Pro, and if they did announce PS6 in 2027, I'd be fine for me. But people who bought into the Pro, yeah, I get it. I would feel like, what the fuck, also. So, and I don't see myself buying into the Pro anytime soon because I think the PS5 that I have is just fine. I'm gonna play Wolverine on this original one. I don't need a Pro for Wolverine to enjoy Wolverine. So, and hopefully get a collector's edition of that, because I think that Wolverine statue, that's actually one of my most anticipated games of this year, is a more brutal R-rated Wolverine game. I am waiting, but I want the Venom game as well to be R-rated, or M-rated, sorry. But like, I'm doing something there with that, and then they go back to their PG-13 or teen rating Spider-Man, which I don't even know what the rating is, but it's certainly not gory. So, but like, or seem realistic, like Wolverine feels a little more realistic, but some parts. So I don't know. There's some things, perks and pros about not worrying about ratings and going for that realism. The cons are all the parents that'll bitch because they have to permit their kids to go watch an R-rated movie or whatever, for things. But Deadpool and Wolverine, I would have no problem, and I had no problem. Deadpool and Wolverine still was very successful.
you know, and that was R-rated. That was one of the best Marvel movies actually ever made. I put up there in my top 5 favorite Marvel movies of all time. But so yeah, so I think that yeah. So I'm talking to this controller, very parasocial. So I don't know. So, I'm starting to break down. Other words, what I'm saying, and think I'm gonna shut up because this is why I don't start talking. This is why I don't talk because then I'm like feel like I'm not saying enough. I gotta go into every scripture. It's like people who text and then like one sentence and then like or like every now and then you're like, which there's a lot more people like that, and you don't fucking understand what they're saying. But like people who text like 50 million different things all at once, it's like, well, at least you get a lot more context. Right? That's how I look at it. I don't look at it as a bad thing. But I notice that some people do. Because I can't even say everything at once in one text message. What am I gonna send a whole damn paragraph all at once? Like I'm like chopping shit up regardless. So it's like if I do myself at times I do. Yep, guilty for that one. But I don't know. What the fuck is the right thing to say? I'm going on way too long. Let's finish this fucking game or get further in it. Beat it 4th or 5th time. Ready for that. And then, yeah. It's, I don't think it really matters what the hell I want or what I like. I think what really matters, I guess, is what democracy wants to whore me out to do, I guess. Or what they decide to do or what they're going to buy into. Because what the hell is an entertainer? A servant? That's the case. I don't think I want to be that kind of entertainer. I might be selfish entertainer. Then, if that's the case, it makes me reconsider ever even considering that career. But anyway, okay. I am going to shut up. And if there's a God, then yes. If God is an evil prick in the cosmos and all the energy, which I'm pretty sure that's what God is energy, cosmos. But like, be careful because some people might harness the power and try to kill us all with it, or worse, enslave us. Which I'd rather, if that's the case, then death is better than enslavement. For me personally, I think it is. Like, there's things way worse than death. But I don't want to die either. But if I had to choose between being conquered by another human, yeah, I got nothing nice to say right now. Because apparently I'm going into all these possible really dark ending scenarios of how people with power can end up potentially making things worse, and it's people think it can't get any worse or it can't get any better. I realize it's really bad, but I also am aware that it could get worse, and it could also get better too. But chances are, even if it does, it's there's a big fat timer on it, and it'll be like time's up, and then it's like, and then it will show back up again because it's an imperfect system that doesn't truly help everyone in all times. Unfortunately, we have to be able to see everything and know everything and be know-it-alls. We have to be more than human. We have to be like tapped into like seeing everything all at once and responding constantly to everything, which is great and all. If we could accomplish it. But the thing is, like, I'm pretty sure democracy is outnumbered and would never
also never allow it to happen. So, and if it was to happen, it would happen in the worst possible way. You don't want it to happen if it's going to go in the hands of a corporation or a body of government, because then it becomes a weapon. Then it's like, it just becomes so negative. Like all the horrible futures. It'd be like, well, it could be like good people now. Yeah. So you could have a fucking empire full of good deeds, but the system and how they operate, and it's like secretive and privacy, and then the next one shows up that is evil as fuck. That's what I'm saying. And the United States doesn't seem to know how to stop stuff like that from happening. You know, the bodies can get infiltrated. And if they do stop them, the way that they have stopped them throughout history is to temporarily, and then a new person comes and does the same damn thing. And eventually it's like, what the fuck? It's like a trade. It's what it feels like. It feels like it's a trade for, like, a dance with the devil, with demonic gods. You know, it's it explains a lot why sacredness and true love it doesn't really stand much a chance in the real world. It's not that it's fiction; it's that it's made it is rarer and rarer, and it is made to be. It's turned into fiction and not nonfiction. It's that it's very real, but it's also very you know, what are the chances when everybody's minds and shit are supposed to go somewhere else, and where people are at, and I don't know, there's a lot of shit going on. It's like most people are kept from the best things in their lives. I actually believe that sometimes people are torn from their best selves or their best partners. And then they'll end up with their worst partners or a timer and be like, I don't, you know, and then you're like, you know, you ever been in a happy relationship and you feel like things are good and then it changes and then all of a sudden it's so damn, you know, and you realize, well, what did I miss? And it's like that type of person. I haven't, but I have a superpower called how to become a fictional character. But I understand that there are people out there that have. So I experience some things differently. But, you know, well, in some ways I have experienced it, but not like that. But I can see, like, I don't think that's real love. I try to decipher what creates something like that. You know, people say you fall in or you fall out, and it's just like, that sounds so fucked up to me. Like the way that all that sounds, like, you know, regardless, even if it's a great, it still sounds fucked up. You know, but somehow people think that's natural. I still think, you know, naturally fucking stupid, perhaps, and naturally destructive. But there's still a super behind it where you're blind, you don't see it until later. It's better that supernatural, that weirdness is honest. And because you could, it's like you can't fall in love or be in love if something's weird. Bullshit. You could have things straight up honest. Honestly weird. I strongly disagree on that one. But whatever. For that, I have 50 million different insights all at once, and I, you know, only usually meet people who go to bars or clubs or wherever the hell I'm at, and they so far, one time
you know, or you get like a glimpse or insight of someone who might be. But the thing is like you realize that we're all going to a bar or a club as a social gathering, not because we're, you know, I don't know, it's some part it of it feels destructive inside, at a level for sure. It's like that it's almost like you want something sacred, but yet you go somewhere where poison is celebrated, or and things like that. That it's almost like you could find a really good relationship on a timer at best. You find an amazing time at these places. But true love, it starts to become very far-fetched for someone. I don't really know if that's accurate for these places. Like those kind of places, that's one thing I don't think it would actually, the soulmate forever, immortal, that what the level that I'm thinking, this stuff is unlikely. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I've never met this hive mind, super spiritual, super sacred stuff that sounds luxurious wherever the hell she is. I've spaced out and definitely felt things like where I felt connections with more than one person before, sure, but but that's I don't know. I'd like to experience the true love thing, is what I'm saying. But so far I haven't, I guess. But I somehow still believe in it. Believe it's real. I just believe it's um, also real fucking hard to find, or connected, that to unite with at the same time. Apparently, like wherever she is, space and time. I'm never gonna be in a long distance relationship. It's never gonna work out. No matter how much I want it to work out, it'll never work out. So I'm just gonna beat around the bush and be straight up. You know, there's no fucking way a long distance relationship's gonna work out. It's impossible. I don't know. I don't know. How in hell would that work out? I don't get it. I don't understand that. I guess I'm ignorant, trying to solve things. But there's things that I want, and that I can tell that I'm not living my best life. I could. I'm also not living my worst, because I feel like I could be doing worse, and I could be doing a lot better too. But but I'm not smart enough. Apparently, is what it is. I'm not smart enough. Is what it is. Apparently, yeah. Hopefully, one day, maybe that's what I need. I need my brain more than anything else in the world to become no longer human or something. It's like to the level of these people that are somehow fucking having so much power in what they do. So I do have a brain that does never shut up, and I do have. I share a lot in common with actors. Let's put it that way, with professional actors. Even if I don't star in movies, I still share a lot in common with those type of people. Let's just put it that way. And I'm going to try and shut up because I have no roof at the moment unless I build one. Yeah, all right. Peace out.
Well, at least it's easier to walk around now. fucking break! Oh, fuck. Of course it gets up.
4 hours. Oh man, time's up. I'm just kidding. You know, that's how a lot of things are. Time's up. On while it lasted. Time's up. Alright. I don't know. I'm gonna mute this. Dumbass bullshit, probably. I don't fucking know. I can't keep up with everything. Brain rot. I tried to. It's taxing. But anyway, I pre-ordered this. I don't know how it's coming out. And, um, I haven't ordered a PlayStation controller in a long time. I'm going to turn on a little bit of light. I'm so used to being in the dark. For other people, I guess I could turn on some kind of light. White, I guess, or turquoise, turquoise, some kind of shit. Let's see here. I saw on TikTok. Yep. Fucking trying to send links. I just get tired of it. You know, trying to fix things. But I made this out of, other, it's Forza Motorsport type shit. You just layer what they give you. I don't make this stuff or make the, did I make this? Yeah, I did. But I don't make this, like, the design. I just layer it and I turn it into, you get these preset designs like Forza Motorsport did, and you would design your car off these other types of designs. It's like I noticed that, that you could do that on several social media apps. They could layer things, and I've been doing that for probably years, just layering things, the creation until it comes up into something. This one I thought I set as my actual phone background right now. It's just my latest. It's this motion thing, and I got like nothing on there. You can't read if you want to, I guess. I'm blind, I'm looking at my words flying across the screen. I can't get this angle. Wolverine Gambit. That's the PC that I have right now because I don't have money for a build PC. So I have to make choices. That is a PC, by the way. That's I have a cord here that works. I hook it up to my monitor, and I can sync a Bluetooth keyboard and mouse, which I think it works. Bluetooth keyboard and mouses, but wired keyboard and mouses usually are better. This ain't the mic. It's my fucking cell phone. God damn it. I feel so stupid. This is the mic right here. This damn controller. But anyway, this is like an HDMI. I don't have the dock. I got I don't know. I just got an HDMI converter. The dock would be helpful because that's why I can't use a wired keyboard and mouse. But if I had a dock, I could use a wired keyboard and mouse. Unless there's a wire that connects it, if there's a way I can hook up it to a single USB, but I don't, or USB-C. But the chances are, like, I'd have to have a dock probably to get the wired keyboard and mouse, but it supports wireless. One of the worst things, I know people find it's all right or whatever, and I got like an hour or two out of it once, like was the most I ever got out of this thing was its PlayStation Portal. But it's also the thing that I regret getting the most, though. Because out of a lot of things I have, this is the thing that I don't use like at all anymore. Because I'm either, if I'm not on my PC handheld, I am on my Nintendo Switch 2, which is a hell lot better than the first. And so, and I don't use, Switch 2 is not my main either, but my PC handheld is, and the Switch 2 is. Most of the time I was using the Switch 2 to play, like I was playing Pokemon mostly on it, and then I started Final Fantasy 7, and I I played the hell out of Mario Tennis, but the thing is, like, that's all that really gets played at the moment, is my nephew will come over, and we will play Mario Tennis Fever, and out of all these other games, nah, nothing, he won't play, he doesn't play any of this stuff, so, I play Final Fantasy and Pokemon, but I now that I got a controller, that was part of the reason why I got the Resident Evil controller, was mostly because I went to play this game with the Joy-Cons, and I thought it was so hard to use the Joy-Cons, like my hands were too big for Metroid Prime 4, so I have technically barely started that game. I played Pokemon Legends Zaw, quite a bit of it, but then I kind of like fell out of it. And then Pokemon Pokepia, I played a little bit of it, and then I also fell out of that. The Pokemon games I was playing the most was I can get as an emulation, which is silly that I paid the Nintendo price, but I did, was Pokemon Leaf Green. I got both, and I haven't even started Fire Red. I kind of like think, like, why the hell did I do that? Like, you know, for those games when those games are free. But I don't know. But I did, and I played almost all of Pokemon Leaf Green because I beat Fire Red many years ago, but never beat Leaf Green. So that was why I've been playing Leaf Green more than Fire Red, because I beat Fire Red on my Game Boy Advance SP many years ago on this blue Advance SP that I no longer have. So, yeah. So there's that. Then I do have Resident Evil, but I canceled the physical edition. I ordered the physical edition, but it was arriving late, so and I wanted to play it on the Switch 2, which I have, and so I canceled it, and that was the first Switch 2 game I ever bought digitally. It was Resident Evil REquiem. Well, it's the same bundle. It's the Generation Pack I just bought. Instead of the physical edition that I had already ordered, I canceled it, got my money back, and then used it on the Switch or the digital instead. Which I don't know if that was the right move, but I did. Yeah, so I don't really use the Switch that much. My Switch 2, but I do use it. When I use my handhelds, now of lately, I've been drifting away from using the Switch because I notice like I'm playing mostly games I could play anywhere else. You know, and I've been using, that's right now it's next to my bed because I almost play it almost every night. Not every night, but almost every night I'll turn on my PC and play it in bed. So I'm playing Final Fantasy 7 and Game Pass games and maybe Invincible. I don't know yet if I'm going to get Invincible or not because I kind of like you know, I don't mind. I like fighting games, but and that game looks incredibly like I don't know, looks cool as a fighting game, but it also feels like paying for a fighting game in this era while everything's going up just seems like I don't know. It's just me. Like I kind of feel like all fighting games are overpriced or some shit, but for just that, or if it's just one thing, but when I could like fight in another game or something, or they could put the fighting mechanics in some other game. So I don't know. So I I don't know. I'm gonna guess that I probably won't. I want to play Invincible, but I probably uh, I probably will. But I mean I feel like I will eventually, but I probably won't buy it right off the bat. So. Um, 007 is my next big one. And the Xbox games that are coming. Gears of War E-Day is probably the biggest one, and then Fable um, that I've seen. I will also be replaying Halo Combat Evolved for like the 100th time. I'm sure I will. Um, whatever Halo game they come out with, the campaign wise. I used to actually play quite a bit of the multiplayer in Halo, so um, mostly Halo Reach, but um, but I but we'll see what happens. I might dabble in some multiplayer. Uh, last time I really got into multiplayer, and I did play quite a bit of in multiplayer, was the latest Battlefield. Actually, I played Battlefield 6 for quite a bit in multiplayer when it first launched, and then I still moved on anyway. So, because most stuff I play is all single player, and a lot of stuff I find when I do have guests or where I am at someone's house, that the funnest system to play is not actually the Xbox for fans; it's actually the Nintendo Switch too, because we gets us up off our asses, and we play like mostly sports games. Is how I'm looking at it, because that's how much powerful Mario Tennis was. Like this Mario Tennis Fever game is a fun factor of playing this game with a group of family of people. It is absolutely so much fun. I definitely recommend it as a multiplayer game in the same room. I don't know about cross the thing because I've never even tried to make friends on the Nintendo Switch at all, so I don't have any friends on the Switch because I haven't even bothered to try. But for ever since back in 2017 with the original, which I did have the original Nintendo Switch, and still never tried the friends thing. But so that camera doesn't make any sense for me. But I will say like this alone is I feel like is the most valuable Switch 2 game that I have invested in. Is Mario Tennis so far. I've been thinking about sports games for the Switch too, because this system is great for sports games. And kind of makes me sometimes think like, I had pulled out my Nintendo Wii not too long ago, and to think like the motion on that's still pretty damn good for an old ass system. I mean, it's not perfect, but it still is a lot better than some people might think. And playing like sports games on the Wii, there's a reason why the Wii was such a popular system, because it got non gamers or people that really really drew in, and it and a lot of multiplayer games in a room. I don't think I've had as much fun with anything that is a main console, at least through motion, as I have with, with other people than the Nintendo Switch 2. I don't know if I ever did with the Nintendo Switch. So I don't think I had anybody around. I don't really didn't know anybody that played it. If I recall, or just different types of people I hung out with that weren't interested in it. Yeah, because none of them were ever going to play that. I was the only one. But and then the Wii and the Kinect though, the Xbox 360 Kinect, I had a lot. Like my sisters, would play that as well. Like we all would play that. It was like a, as looking back at that, it was, and it worked. I think because I had it set up correctly, or it was just in a room. It wasn't like in a living room. It was in a gaming room. So, it probably explains why it doesn't work. 'Cause I've seen it in people's living rooms and mess up. It's people walking around, or it's like, or how the living room's set up. How a lot of people's living rooms are set up, and then the Xbox One connects. But I watched a lot of paranormal stuff, and I also used to do stuff like that, but I don't really trust apps. I never use apps. So, but let me tell you something about. Before I go into and explain anything on the EVP stuff that I used to do, which was, which I'll probably do anyway, I guess. But yeah, I just use tape recorders, or recording devices, and white noise in the background, because I found that white noise helped make it clearer. That was just my discovery. Like I was convinced that white noise made voices clear, like fan noise, anything that was like fan or static, made it so they were easier to hear, understand. Because let me tell you something. Playing back some voices, I couldn't understand what the hell they were saying, but I could definitely hear somebody. But but anyway, but the Kinect, not the Xbox One, because you had to go out your way to get to the screen on the Xbox One in the settings. But the 360 was always on the bottom right when I would leave the dashboard sitting up. When I wasn't even using the 360, it'd be up and at the bottom of the right of the dashboard. I remember it like it was yesterday. And then I would every now and then catch like a stick figure going like this, waving in at the bottom of the Kinect, and I didn't know none of these accessories. I don't know what the fuck the paranormal. I don't remember what they used in Paranormal Activity, the movie, and I had the Kinect before that movie even came out. The one with the Kinect, and was witnessing the stick figure thing before that movie even released. So, but yeah. So, but anyway, it just had like up at the bottom, and just sitting at the dashboard, plain old ordinary Xbox 360 Kinect. And yeah, just picked up stick figures, clearly trying to get my attention on purpose because they were waving. I'd catch them waving in, like, yo, hi, like, hi, waving. As I, like, and I've seen full spirits in my life too, so I've seen a lot of things. And I've also seen visions of the future that have also been lies, and that turned out not to be the future, and also visions of the future that were exactly accurate. Because like some of the sources that I was tapping into were probably demons or trolls. That's what I think, because why they were lying to me, like some bad energy. So, but that's kind of like a character I made when I was a kid, or actually this was more as a I was 17, but a lot older than a lot of the other stuff that I started creating, but was halogen, and over a real life experience of some spirit girl looking for her father, or that sounded like it. She came in the doorway and looking and saying, "Daddy, Daddy," and she was standing in the doorway like she's looking for her father. And then my mind integrated that spirit, because I saw her, right, all formed, like in the doorway at my stepbrother's apartment many years ago. And then I had an idea, a halogen fictional idea, because like I said, I feel, when you take fiction and nonfiction, it could fuck you. It's like challenging yourself. If anything, it feels like I'm beating the hell out of myself when I go the fiction way, but I do sometimes, or a lot actually I have. But with Halogen and his character and how he can see spirits who have not died yet when I was developing his character, Halogen Cry, and and so, but yeah, he sees spirits from the future. You cannot see, when I was developing him, he couldn't see the future, but spirits would show him or tell him the future. And some of them would lie to him. And that's how I wrote that as a psychic. Like, I thought, like, him, like, when I was developing that character, I thought of like that, like where, and his daughter is why I named the story Shy Cry, not Halogen Cry, because his daughter comes to visit him after she dies. But the thing is, like, she hasn't even been born yet. That's one of the biggest catches in the story. And it's like he's being visited by his daughter that is going to be born and also is going to die, supposedly in the future. He's being visited by something that's supposed to be accurate. And I thought how interesting that would be if it wasn't lying, because it's easier to write it off as lying. But that I didn't. I knew that she wasn't lying. That was one of them that I felt like was an interesting story on an accurate future outcome and how far one would try to prevent it from happening with the information that is provided by the spirit that had witnessed it, or any spirits that he comes in encounter with that can help him try to change the outcome of the fate of someone that isn't even born yet, or to prevent there's a lot of different things that I thought that makes this story, his character, interesting. His destiny and Shy's destiny, their fate, interesting, and designing those characters. And not the only characters. I keep forgetting their mother's name because I always forget the name of it, but her name, because of their parents. Angel is there's two of them. There's Angel and Halogen, and Angel is dies in this story next, in the arms of her lover, and spiritually next to holding her brother. And I remember writing that scene and thinking, like, wow, like I felt like I was on to something, like how he was with her spiritually. She was spiritually with her brother, but she was physically with her boyfriend, and when she died, and in his arms physically, in Helix's arms. He was actually one of the characters that got his took me forever to come up with a name for him, but you could possibly thank Xbox for that. Why I called him Helix, because he never had a name for the longest time, but or I kept changing his name over and over again for a lot of other characters. But Angel and Halogen and Shine Dai, their evil cult leader father, who is the leader of the cult that they are literally trying to escape from, which is Shine Dai, which is a there's cults in the background and in the story as well, like hidden in plain sight. And Shine Die Cry is a very important character, that sets up a chain of events, even future-wise, even after he dies. It's just so, I think him as a very complex villain and cult leader has set up this chain event for sure, and I think it's really cool without trying to spoil anything. If it ever does see the light of day, like what I had in mind for cults as a plural, cults, and some inside cults, like and infiltration and reshaping and all these ideas of what's going on and psychologically and and I had a lot of ideas of spirituality being cut off and also being weaponized, be inspired by like shaman and shit, like in ideas of like Native American type stuff where how some of them would harness and purposely seek out demons to possess demons, not to be possessed by them, but would seek to possess demons on purpose. Like they would seek out demons on purpose so they could use them as power, or and to enslave them, and I don't know. I just thought there's so much stuff that's going on. In Angel's mother's name, I got it written down actually, is how Angel got her name, and it's so much, where Angel even comes from in the name, because that's part of the reason why. I got it here somewhere. Give me a brief moment, because I always forget her name. Seraph, and she does get married to Shine Die, and there is a romance story there, but she is. I also know her last name. I have it written here somewhere, but I forget, because I started building onto her background story where she comes from, and her background story is very focused on, basically some of it is very typical, but abusive family background stuff, and she does not have a good upbringing, and Shine Die pretty much offers her a chance of bettering her life, and they fall in love with each other. I always seen, despite how you could say how evil he is or how evil she is, because she carries out a lot of killings as well, but and what they do, and but you could also say they were true love, because they fucking no one else. They, there was certain things about their characters. And not everybody's like that. So I thought that was interesting. And then Angel kind of also inherited that similar, but in a better relationship with a good guy who is not evil. Helix is a good guy, and he starts off a small town guy actually, and I start developing him. They're all teenagers actually, because Halogen's the only real kid. They're both teenagers though, Angel and Helix, and so it's it's an interesting story, but it's also a story that seems like it could easily be robbed or altered or something. So it's I feel like I just sabotaged myself by just saying that out loud. I already said probably too much, but that's because it's such a more down-to-earth, spiritual, psychological type of world, or universe, in itself, but feels more enclosed to the planet than a lot of the other stuff that I've written in my past. And I even think the Gaming Chaos might be integrated into it. A short story that I wrote many years ago that people liked, and when I went to I showed it in high school, and I remember people wanting me to publish it, but I didn't. I published Mirror to Mirror instead. And Mirror to Mirror was it got published someone else's book, but I did follow through with publishing that, and it was about it was very short, basically not much of a short story, more like very like a piece, if that makes any sense, of something. And that was about because there's no mirror at all in it. Like it's not even about a mirror. Mirror to Mirror is about souls. It's more spiritual and looking at one's own death and stuff like that. That when I was writing into it, very very misunderstood because I got my story got buried. I don't think at the time anybody understood what it was, or what I was tapping into for that. But it's because it made it like later on. It wasn't even in like the top like voted or whatever. However they selected their stories. A lot of them, their stories were very normal. Mine is one of the, I haven't read everybody's story in the book that was published because I don't know, but I do feel like mine is definitely the weirdest that I have read in all of inside that book. But, and because I always was interested in things that were multi-layered. I even was interested in ideas that might confuse people, like what if things were taken serious to a level of where what word you think it means, if there is a word like that in a land gouge, might actually mean something entirely different. And multi-layered stuff. Like we have English is very confusing. People already have multiversal uses for English. So I could see entire communities and networks that could communicate with with lands inside lands, gouges inside gouges, ideas that open me up even more to something that is supposed to be fictional to not to seem so fictional, called hive minding. And then I started writing the Hive Minders Adhesive, which was the first Hive Minders story that I started writing because I was writing it as of how do you create a hive mind? Because that's why or how do you get a hive mind to stick? And how do you get a telepathic ability to stick inside someone's mind so they can actually, and when I first thought of it, I was interested in how it was made, how it would be tattooed or stuck in someone's brain. And it's sometimes there's physical things required depending on how bricked someone is. As soulmates are deprived, because I was interested in soul hiving. Eventually, it was no longer just minds or brains and limbic systems. I found it going deeper and deeper and deeper into spirits and souls. And then I saw things like subatomically speaking, and I actually use that in real life to this day. I still look in when I refer to something at a level, it's like trying to get people to understand where it might be coming from. I'll be like subatomically speaking. Like I still do that to this day, say that in real life. And then looking at like, some older things and how they integrate into even the world that I that is, I don't know what the world is. It's just like Earth, but a different kind of Earth. You know, that where the Shy Cry story, and then the other names won't be Shy Cry, because the only reason why the first story is named that is because of a very of a bonding of, you know, it's to introduce how he connects and who he can learn to trust. So and stuff like that, and introduces the how his ability, how Halogen's abilities work, and that's why, and it has a big part to do with his daughter that is not born yet, not even born yet, but has died in the future. And so it did get a name, and that's why I named it Shy Cry. I just named it after her. I just decided to call it to call it, even though she's not even alive in the story, not even once in the first story. I don't even know yet when she's born. I feel like I have a sense of when she'll be born, but I know that she isn't going to be born in the first. But you will, and when Angel dies, for example, in the very first story, to build up and to show also how it's very deep, you know, it's sad, but it's also shows you, gives you a little bit of insight on who Halogen is and what his abilities are, because he cannot see spirits like normal psychics, you could say, or what would be considered normal. He can't even see them. You know, he can only see spirits that have not yet died, and others that see them after they die, usually. But he can't actually see spirits. He doesn't know how to. He didn't choose this ability. Let's put it like that. And to begin with. So, and he doesn't even know why. But the spirits don't even know why that he communicates with. There's some that will act like they know why, but a lot of them are not. They don't have good intentions, those spirits. Like, not every spirit does. And just like not every human does. You know, there's fucking trolls with bad intentions. They had it their way, they'd lie to control and get what they want. And that's in the real world. So you can imagine what it's like, subatomically speaking, or spiritually speaking, with spirits who have already died, and you know, or haven't yet died, I mean, and how that will reflect while they are both not born yet and also are alive, like the spirit of Angel, as an example, is his sister, who is pretty much his guardian also. Is his only real guardian that actually gives a shit about him. But but there's things like that, and you know, and the story, and it's I don't know, that's deep. And Helix and Angel, there is a romance and it as well. They're in love, and you know, and Helix is there. You know, Halogen is like Helix's, you know, brother, and you know, and he understands what he understands, but he trusts that, you know, because Halogen is real. Helix cannot see any of this, so he is really there in the first story because of his love for Angel. That's why. But that's and he lives, and I see him living for a very long time. Um, you know, and becoming uh, um, even more of a brotherly like figure to being there for Halogen. And I even haven't I seen him as the godfather of Shy, but when she is born. So when he, I believe, will live on. Because there's really no reason to kill him, at least yet. So I don't, uh, that fits a narrative push or anything in certain directions. So and Angel is just way more personal and way more effective of of that fits the narrative and shapes the future. So and yeah, that's that. Not that I want to kill her because I like that character, but she also is very important to, because there's no one else, in that point in time to go into that. So she's the only one. So there's a lot of different stuff, and I write, but that one was one that I went back to writing not too long ago. Mostly a lot of the cult stuff was a lot of stuff with the cults within cults, United States government stuff, stuff hidden in plain sight, shit like that. It's very paranormal, though. I think it's a psychological, um, not, I mean, it's not supernatural, really. I mean, but I think it's more, paranormal and psychological and emotional, and and how I look at it is it's not it's not understood to every character, but some of it is, certain characters accepts it as being real. So it's like, and supernatural is whatever I guess supernatural is to you. There ain't nobody flying in this world, no humans, like, or anything like that. So it's, or whatever stuff that you go in with that direction, but it's just a story about how things can be hidden in plain sight. Every bit of layers, a more real approach on how things can be, hidden in plain sight. That's what I'm saying. Like how the paranormal is right there in front of us every single day, where humans don't always see it in some way, how it affects people. And how there can be a character out there, like maybe there is someone like Halogen out there who can't see or doesn't know how to see spirits that are died, but can see spirits. And then when I can imagine like someone being, well, you're a psychic, you're supposed to tell us tell us the future, and then they pressure them to tell the future, but he's not a psychic. He is able to get information about the future from spirits who choose to give him accurate information about the future. That's the thing. So it's like he doesn't actually go out and he doesn't have what you would call a tunnel or channel vision like some other characters that I have been working on for in that world do, but he doesn't. Though he's a lot different. And I like the weird names. I don't know if you notice, like, or names that sometimes will mirror things that will happen in that with a lot of those characters in that world. Because, like I said, you know, their Shine Die is an actual is father's name. And Seraph, which is a representative of a leading type of angel, is their mother's name. And Angel, straight up, Angel, which is probably the most normal name of all of them, is Angel. And Halogen, which is interesting because it is very creepy, very supernatural because it's like a light bulb. It was my first sight, and the ingredients, and yes, even the periodic table. Sometimes I thought of like when I was assembling, coming out like Halogen and from Shine Die, and and what that could mean, and all sorts of stuff, and with someone who had named his son purposely Halogen. So, despite that, his spirit tries to kill his own son. Though I will tell you, there's a really, really cool idea that I've been having with that, and how, because his spirit knows how he dies, and that is part of the reason why that his father is trying to kill him spiritually through his spirit first, before he's even doing it physically. And that's how that leads up to a chain of events that turn to a very fascinating, interesting, but also incredibly sad and touching ending to the first story that leaves so much open into exploration for not just the characters, but for the mysteries that are left and hinted at in the first, that I have been thinking about for some time now, of, like I said, the cult stuff. So, which I believe is going to make a bigger introduction in the development of the sequel, more than even the first, even bigger than the sequel, and stuff that, and where things go with that. And sometimes I think like a spin-offs for that, because I started developing a lot on Navy SEALs and trying to figure out where that story arc would fit in, and but realizing like I felt like there could be a cult in the Navy SEALs, like in the United States military base. Like imagine if camouflaging and sea-based stuff, and it was inspired. Sure, you could say it's inspired by like some of the shit out there, like YouTube videos or whatever, but it was an idea that I've thought about before I watched those videos. Actually, just like a lot of things that I remember talking about. And maybe I was just reading people insight before I even seen like certain actors go live or start talking about things. Jim Carrey's video is very old now, and very deep still. Some might find it, I guess, but on characters. But I also remember entertaining that idea or looking into that idea before I even knew that video existed. But I also used to try and impersonate as a kid, which I don't think I've ever done that as an adult once, but I remember as a kid trying to impersonate scenes that Jim Carrey was doing. Like, you know, Jim Carrey was one of the actors that I used to try to impersonate some of his characters. You know, I thought like Lemony Snicket's A Series of Unfortunate Events, like the dinosaur scene and shit like that, was something I did, you know, think about. Like, I remember like becoming weird, letting myself become weird by simply trying to get in tune with these fictional characters that I did watch in movies. Though, and at times, like I said, I think that's what happens. Is the real side, real life, I've come to realize is easy, is hard enough without fiction. But when you start dabbling into fiction, it starts to do something, if you're not careful, to your psychic side, or what your medium side is. For me, that I've noticed is that sometimes I wish that I never liked art, because if I didn't, I imagine if I was so nature based, I probably would be doing and pulling off miracles. Because I'm not, I'm downgraded. I feel like I am not living my best self by choosing the path of art. In an odd way, art is almost like something I wanted to do, but not what I really should be doing, kind of sense. When I come to trying to understand it about myself. My kid self, though, when I would do that stuff, maybe I was just so sensitive, so open, that maybe I was able to live through these fictional characters. And I think that's the reason, is because I was so fucking open, you know, and to letting that influence me, which I'm not as, you know, open to as an adult, but I certainly was as a kid. And I remember stuff like that, and because it's like almost as an adult, trauma and a lot of shit starts to shape you and change you. And it certainly fucked me up, even as a kid, trying to understand some things that were a lot of things that were happening in my life, and not knowing the answer and trying to figure out the answer, and being like, why is there sometimes, like, you know, professionals not helping with the answer, but wanting to drug me as a kid instead. Like what kind of help is that? I didn't think that was help at all. I felt like it was shutting it off, and acting like it, trying to convince like the past never happened, which doesn't resolve or solve it. It's almost like burying it. And if you don't keep up, you know, right, it's going to come back anyway. So it's better to face it than it is to drug it into a place that is only temporary, you know, where it will eventually come back anyway. So, and that's why I kind of like, but then I end up realizing the pursuit for knowledge can drive you nuts. You know, or realize that you have to know it all. It's like, and like, if you're not, then like, I'm a piece of shit if I don't, you know, it starts to feel like. And then I noticed that, like, how to keep up with everything, because it just became so the magnitude of it all. It's like, how does someone's character survive? How do you keep your even a fragment of yourself when it is much grander than self? You see what I'm saying? Like, it's a trade that almost doesn't exist for the self. It's like, it's almost like it's guaranteedly going to kill the self regardless. And the more you take it on, the more I take a chance of dying even more and more until I'm somebody else. So it's, so things like that. But and well, I said this, I've never starred in a movie. I've had conversations with actors, mostly voice actors. I went in, I'm probably the asshole that's not interested in getting your autograph, okay? But I am. I've been to PAX West, but not, I paid for PAX East, but I don't know, I was in a mental spot, and I just talked myself out of not doing it. So, or whatever, and that's why I wasn't sure. So I just, I don't know, I didn't. And anyway, but I have, and I remember talking to people, many people, and exploring and finding myself in conversations about creation of characters and story arcs with actors at some booth. And I just was wandering around, and I found this place that I guess Life is Strange cast was, they weren't there when I was there, but I ended up talking to the Marvel Rivals actors that were there. The guy who plays Adam Warlock, and the guy who plays Moon Knight. I most talked to Adam Warlock, the actor, and that's an example. Like, I kind of feel like that's more like who I am. I'm not much the guy to buy somebody's autograph. I'm more the guy that wants to connect socially at another level with them as more of a human being. But I'm like, am I supposed to be into the autograph thing? It's like, it's like almost like it's like I'm trying to talk myself into something that I'm clearly not really into. So it's like, it's cool when you meet people that share similar mindsets, or have find fascinating, because that was just Marvel in general. Because we were talking about the game, even though I only played the game when it first launched, but I haven't played it since. But we were also talking about Marvel comics and Marvel, anything that was like down memory lane that I could conjure as a matching block out of my consciousness. That was Marvel related, though, because it all was Marvel first topic stuff. But but at the same time, it's that's just an example. Like, I just seem to understand that, and then why when actors the direction and the capturing of performances, and sometimes you might think something is good, but someone else might not, and that's why people do multiple takes. But it kind of like, I get like, I understand that, and it's like, and but I also understand that we all share the creation and the life and the death of our characters. And even when I'm writing or tapping into characters that are my own, or like where not someone else's IP or whatever you want to call it, I still feel like I could become them spiritually. Not like, I'm not acting though out these characters, but I am letting these characters inside me, if that makes sense. That's like subatomically, so it's like, I understand that. And I was like, when I talk to normal people, I'm not being an asshole or anything, but like, I usually conversations don't go very far, or it's like, but and I just, like, some people are just amazing to talk to. It's nice to talk to actors. I'll tell you what. It just, even from encounters, it's just felt great, because it's like talking to someone who finally understands me. You know what I mean? Kind of thing, and I just get it. And I see other actors and other people with talent, and some of, I don't blame their fear. of the industry, because I do feel like the industry could be very threatening or income off at it. I don't think it's perfect, but I wish it was, and I want it to be. But the thing is, it's like I see people with talent, and I've actually had this also when I was a kid too, because I had a crush on this one actress in a school play, and that was the reason why I didn't star in that school play, because I, you know, felt like she didn't like me, like, or I was like, what was wrong with me? I was asking because I couldn't connect with that one actress, and I remember like, and backing out of a role because of that reason. But you know, but in looking back at a lot of stuff, it's just like I knew that she had talent, but I guess a sense of me was worried that I had a sense where I was worried, like a supernatural sense, that she wasn't going to use it in the future, if that made any sense. I guess I was right in some ways, where some people, but it's their choice. Hopefully it's their choice, if they're with who's around them, because I understand sometimes it's not. And, but I just like, I see artists across the world. Sometimes they're louder than others that might be focused on musicians, and a lot of times I look at musicians, even like as actors and actresses. I do gravitate probably more towards girls than I do guys, and when I connect though, but I through just trying to analyze how many people I have that are connected with, because I have connected with guys as well, but that are into that stuff, but it's usually girls. And looking at it, I just see and want to also help them, and at the same time, the attraction, and my true love, that I don't know if that's selfish or what, but that I do want as well, that, but I also feel like securing it is sometimes more important than having it, because I think it's easy to fall in love, a little too easy to fall in love, right? So it's, and it's like, why, like trying to stop myself from falling in love, because it's like, it's too easy to. And then you find out it's a good time, and that's the worst part about it, and that is also in the career itself, is that, where if I'm connecting it to actors also, where I'm taking two things and connecting it to, but where it's time's up, and in that, where I'm like, damn, I wish there was at least one would be like immortal. It's like, or like, it's like crazy to level like immortal, but like everlasting, like something that it's not like, oh, time's up. Like I do like think like, damn, it's something that feels so good feels so bad, especially afterwards. It's like, and it's like they didn't do anything to me, right? They didn't, but it's like, but it feels awful because we are probably never going to see each other ever again, and there's a big chance, and that sucks, that feeling. So it's like, and that's, I think, and I don't want to get married to a timer. I worry about that at a personal non-career level, or so it's like, someone who's always going to be there at my worst, even, and that I can be there at her worst. But the thing is, it's like, sometimes I feel like I just, can't cipher past just my feelings, or what I start to, where, because it's like a good time, and then, it's easier, and then it's and then I'm blind, realizing that it was artificial, and it's like time's up. I was like, well, that was great while it lasted, but then it just sucks so bad. Something so great ends up ending, you know, in just like a timer. It's like, I just like, I don't, and I went on this pursuit, you could say, and the true love or not at all pursuit, you could say, and that I feel is necessary still this day. I've not given up on it. I think it works to some extent, for sure. True love or not at all is definitely a hell of a formula, definitely on to something very big. So I thought it might prevent me from certain things that I would have done. But I feel like it also makes it more secure, so I'm not so, where it's like I'm able to find the immortal network, though it's like it's where it's not just like time's up networks or whatever that, or, subatomically speaking. And it is an interesting program, an interesting formula that I somehow feel like is working, despite that it hasn't gotten me into a relationship yet, though. As odd as that sounds. But I still believe it's working, because it's prevented me from going into relationships that I used to go into. And then time's up, though. And realizing, what is this that I just created? Is this a hell of a Mass Effect shield? Right? Or is it going to actually also have an outcome where it is only for one? Like, I'm like seeking the impossible. Like, it's like I'm seeking the impossible. Like, I'm straight up purposely seeking the impossible. And proving that she's very real and she's out there, and there's senses and traits that I kind of like can sense, but I don't know who she is. But I do feel like sometimes I do know that she at least knows exactly what I'm talking about and is able to. Here's something that might be worrisome. Maybe the formula is too strong, that it creates a wall, right? That it's like, that doesn't, where it really means like she got to be like also super intelligent or something, or have superpowers, or maybe it's like, I have thought about that, where it's like what it's doing is it's a hell of a program. I mean, if you could apply things to development of fictional characters, why can't you develop things for real life relationships in the real world? That's what I'm saying, and that's what this is. It's not for a fictional character. It's for the creation of the immortal relationship. Well, that's why I created it. I hope it, and it feels like it will one day, but we'll see. We'll find out. I will find out if it does, but I still trust it, oddly, that it's working in some way. I had turned down several relationships I could have gotten into in bars. Let's put it that way. So that I would have went with. I felt like I would have, at least. I didn't see a future there. That's what it was. And it's like I'm putting this high demand. And people say they had you be pursued, and stop the pursuing. But the thing is, like, pursuing in general is a type of. I think it's a formula I swear to God that regardless, or it's rogue, and even then a rogue can still chemistry is chemistry regardless, no matter where you are, who you are. People connect in all different types of ways, that there's not just like one way. So when you watch, like, anybody who watches YouTube videos or whatever on relationship stuff, I don't believe that works for everybody. And I think like that's a certain type, and I think I find it odd that sometimes like that someone's trying to get you on that, almost like maybe they're trying to eliminate competition, so because it works for them, right? And the objective, maybe their secret objective, is actually to sabotage everyone else's, to make sure like maybe they're not even interested in marriage, or interested in like true love, and they're like seeking just to constantly have sex all the time or something with like different women, and they'd be like, "What's wrong with that?" And it's like, I get the exotic, the sexual adventures, and I could say like, and I believe they are fun, but the thing is that they're also very lonely afterwards, or it's very alchemized. It's very self-centered, is what I'm saying. It creates a person that really doesn't need anybody but themselves, and that could either be a really good thing or a bad thing, if that works on that person. I find that I still want to, still wanting, some form of security at the end. I find myself, where it's like, she's never going to leave, that I'm feel fucked up when I say like something, someone will say I was trained to believe, and I sometimes fall back into that trap. I was trained to believe that, it's not real. What I want is impossible. It doesn't exist, because I grew up with a lot of that, where it's not real, or, type of education type of shit. But I was always like, I disagree, because I wasn't letting them shape me. I was like, look, have you seen them? They're like, their lifestyles, I'm glad I didn't let them shape me. I would have, I probably would have went to a very dark place, because that's not who I am, and I would have hated myself if I became that person, to the point that I probably would have done something that I'm not supposed to. But that's because I have been to dark places, and what's dark to me, for me, may be different for other people, and I know that it is. Apparently, it is. So at least so, but. Where does depression come from? Depression comes from suppression, development of programs, and not getting life, what you really want out of it. That's what the addiction. If you only get that in, that's why sex addiction, 24/7. If you don't put a stop to it, you go across bar to bar hopping, and and just going down that damn rabbit hole, which, or of any kind of addiction. And I think, humans are, sometimes do, even unknowingly, sometimes perhaps destroy each other, and without even realizing it, perhaps sometimes that they do, and that like is like, I guess, the way you start to do. A lot of people like myself would start to think like, wow, that person's evil. That's like what they're purposely out to do. But but it's at the same time, it's so layered. And how people are, and people are like, well, everybody's the same, and I'm like, I look around and I like look at it as like, well, heaven, it would be nice, but and I'm like, wait a second, this ain't heaven. There's taxes, there's paying for insurance that may or may not help. There's people who could backstab you. There's people with evil intentions and and that exist. I'm like, wait a second, that would sounds awfully like more comparable towards like something heaven. Be like, but it's like, which is it turns out, it's like, how in the hell does that exist on right on Earth when there is so much going on, even when you think there's not, or when it goes so quiet, how loud it really is in other places that you're not even in, or where you are can go quiet in a loud area, or loud, and it's just like your perspective on seeing things, I guess, or the sight. Um, I think what I missed was that, and what I let be buried was that I don't know if the right word is psychic, but I was supernatural, that some parts of it wasn't fictional. I was convinced, I'm actually more convinced as an adult in some cases nowadays that, I was tapping into things that people didn't want me to or something. And so it's like, um, and that's, the confliction. And I was too honest in a dishonest world that thrived off dishonesty. That's also accurate, I think, I feel like that's accurate for a lot of people, where it's like people want to be honest, but it's like there's so many dishonest people. We're outnumbered by dishonesty, right? By dishonest people that thrive off it, even they build entire lives, they get rich off it. And it's like, and their secrets, their lies, and finding and justifying for its existence. But someone who is honest is gonna struggle amongst these pro-dishonest people, and and it should be the other way around. You know what I mean? It should be the other way around, but unfortunately, it isn't. It's like there's more dishonestness than there is honesty. The honest world is again a dream. It's wonderful. Like, wow, I wish we could all just succeed off honesty and and not backstab and destroy each other and all this other wonderful stuff. But again, I don't. I mean, I would love that reality, but I don't see that as reality right now. Even I don't see it as reality. I see that sometimes we get closer to pushing towards the truth. But if you look at the fucking one of the last things I watched that really bugged me, and was the FBI, was our fucking Federal Bureau of Investigation and their ideology of transferring power and trying to convince people like, oh, you give your privacy, we will have all the privacy, but we will have it for what we decide to do with it. We will decide what's moral. We'll decide what's going on in the world. They could have great intentions, okay? But even a good emperor can have great intentions and then have, not clearly be good enough, because then someone else comes in and new leadership change, and they may have the same cycle of people going in. But the thing is I find it awful hard to believe in any organization, even that tries to convince you how faithful and pro-honest it is and is on the side of life, when they are clearly on the side of lies and secrets. like as obvious, like that's what's louder that they're saying to me. Like they're more interested in lies and secrets than they in having them be exclusive to. So, like, oh, join our organization if you want all the truth. Come here, but if you want anywhere else, well. So I don't know how you could save the world by I don't know how the hell you save the world without when you can't even know what's going on because you're trusting someone else to do it for you or have the insight. I don't understand that. I feel so stupid. I don't understand that at all. Like how the whole how it really truly protects us. I feel like the protection is like a weaponization of delusions, and that we've somehow found that we must always lie and weaponize lies and secrets to even protect innocent people, and it's like catering right back into a demonic essence that even keeps the system going. You know, I said this before, and I sound like the asshole, but I said this actually on Xbox many years ago, and I was like, someone's like, I want to be a hero, and my first thing is like, what the fuck? You shouldn't want. I was like, you shouldn't want. Nobody should want to be a hero. I was like, heroes shouldn't have to exist, but we keep this cycle going because of what? Because of feelings. It's like of an instinct that, or something that usually goes back to someone genuinely feeling rewarded when they do something good. The reward system sounds like it's in the favor of malevolence, even when bad people get stopped and good people stop them. It doesn't stop the system. It doesn't stop the cycle. Different people every fucking time. Same cycle, same system, different people. That's it. That's all. It's I'm serious. I'm like, how you can't save the world with that insanity? It's impossible. It's very selective at best, is what it is. It's very prejudiced and may not even know it is, like by selecting who they think is worthy. You know, when they're people like acting like it's all Russia's fault, which Russia clearly is involved in a lot of evil shit, but not like every citizen. They're just corrupted by their government, like we are corrupted by ours, is how it is. You know, it's Kennedy, you know, one of the statements, and I'm like, and I kept thinking in my head over and over again, like he was like couldn't think of something, and I was thinking, and I had in my head instantly in that moment was, yeah, we are corrupt. Yes, you are. They are too. Was my first instinct, my first sense. I didn't have to think about it. It was like, yes, I feel it. I know it. Yeah, we are. And it's like, because it affects us all. Apparently even the best of us, it affects us. And it's, you know, and it's just like, it's trying to change the world that is so accustomed and familiar to a way of life that they have, through hundreds and hundreds of years, have been living integrated, whether it's in a different type of format of culture or something, and having them realize that it clearly is not the answer, and that if we keep doing that, it will just, the actors will change, the people will change, but the system, the cycle, the evil won't. And it's like just different people, and it's like, and it just won't end. And I the reward system and all this shit, like, it's like baiting people to and conditioning and programming people to keep allowing it to exist. as well. And it's like, I think, I, I think things like, what would a doctor do if there was no money in the world? Would they be a doctor? What would someone do if there was somehow miraculously? Uh, I think like sometimes people think the world would go to hell if it somehow ran out. I don't actually I entirely think that. I think that it tests us, yes, tests us all, but it shows us in a way what we will do and who we are, who perhaps who are around might still be toxic, but it really, I think, shows people who they truly are when there is no reward, when there is no money. Of is something that I have been thinking about as well. But and I would wonder, like, would a doctor show up to work, if their payment and they were or their like shutting the payment off isn't good enough. But if their money was devalued, if all money on earth was devalued, that if we went down the road where we put everyone on the same level, rich and poor, where money was worthless, who would we be? And if you think I genuinely think it would test to the character of everybody on earth to find out, and we'd see the best, we'd see the truth in that, the reward system, or where there's no totem to hang on to, there's no material object that someone puts value into to help them from falling to their true selves. I think it's something, like, subatonically speaking, is something I find fascinating, is the objective of if something like that never existed, what would the world be like? And who came, and how would the world operate? Love thy neighbor, neighbor, love thy neighbor, or would they destroy each other? It's like, what type of person, and it's like, and if they destroy each other, it's like, don't we deserve it if that is the case? If love and we can't prevail by doing the right thing, I think we shouldn't let it. God, I hate that, because it's like, it's so right, it's corruptive, and it starts spreading, and then it's like everybody starts being affected by that, and it's like we're all being brainwashed by one clever evil person. It's like, stuff like that. So I see it helping us, but I also see it, it's not enough, is what I'm saying. I don't think it's enough even to just do that. I think it's a big, massive way. It's enough to see the difference in the underneath the people, the moment that there is, when they don't have totems. Is that what it is? Totems to hold on to. Isn't that what dollars or currency is? It's supposed to be some kind of essence trade. That is like where someone holds on to something. But it's like, I've been broke, and I find like the system might, but it's like at the same time I felt free being broke a couple times as well. So it's like where I didn't feel bad at all, and then there's times where I did, and I think it was right. It's like the bait of something, or the ignorance, like of like, wow, maybe I want to be a part of that, but like, and then you find out like there's people excluding people from it, I find it interesting the practices right now we live in and how there's companies out there paying or charging people more, and then others that are, in some ways, I feel like, you know, I look at, okay, let's take the example of companies like my Xbox, Microsoft, Sony, PlayStation, and Nintendo here as an example, or other companies that do these reward systems in their economic system. Because I don't believe a president or anybody really makes the value of gas. I think we, whoever has the resource, decides the value, and 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 that it should, you know, and I think like as a management of the value of something that we have, really tells you a lot about that character, that person, and how much and why they might be cranking up a value on something that might be ridiculously overpriced, and it starts to affect because they're hoarding the resources, right? Because it shows you that resources cannot be managed properly with capitalism. Can't guarantee you, right? That it shows you a lot of things like people are still needed to do the right thing. And it's like with or without money, people are going to always have to do or should do the right thing. Doesn't mean they will, unfortunately, because it's just like I said, the system is not perfect. And despite that, a lot of people that are in charge will sometimes go to great length to try it and convince people that they are. But I keep thinking of things like the satellites and all these other ways and thinking like, yeah, clearly. And yet then people just get shot and there's more murder going on out there. It's like, and like you have like, you're doing so good. Yep. Clearly you're not doing perfect. You know, you're not doing the best. And when I say that, I mean, we're not doing it because, right, we are the government. And it's true in a lot of ways, but it's also like where some of us, we don't have much say or power, but more of a delusion or a belief and a hope that our voice matters, but or our brain matters and stuff like that. But and some people have, I think, better insight or more valuable than others as insight goes. And then some will act and use that insight for evil gain or to disrupt and destroy someone too. So I could see everything all at once, and that's not very easy to translate. Okay, but and all the time it's I just think what I see and I see is the hope and the love, and the blindfolds are all, just are wonderful feelings perhaps, but for someone out there, but it's like, or a dream, but the reality is it's an endless cycle of selection because at best, so it's a selection at best. You give your life for something, and in the end, you really don't even really give your life to something that's going to be immortal, or I don't know. Like I think, or if you're like me, I'm like in 50 million different directions where I feel like I'm invested in a bunch of things and I'm not focused on one thing, but it's mentally and spiritually, but it's in like, and I like, how am I going to help the world if I don't sacrifice myself? It's like, and even then, I better do perfect or I just failed. My sacrifice would mean a timer. I feel like I was like, what, did it mean? Like, or if it's like, imagine believing that you were in a war that was going to end all wars, and that somehow there was and you were convinced that it was going to end all wars, and that it had convinced you, and that you even gave your life and died for that war. And then, I don't know, your spirit, or even some of the people who survived World War One, are now like, and why they did World War One, was, or whatever, and what that reason. Let's say that the reason was that they were convinced that it would end all wars, and then it's like World War Two shows up, and other wars before them. It's like, what the fuck kind of delusional program was that? Was it bait? Is what it is, to keep people going into a cycle? Wouldn't it be more ideal to, if these evils exist, to infiltrate these evils and try to take them out from the inside out, or to send robots nowadays because people are too smart, for human stuff? It's like, if that's the case, then start a movement, from the inside out. Because if this was saying, is like, I've heard that the U.S., if it was going to fall, it would fall from the inside out. But I don't think it's going to fall. I think it'd be reshaped and reknowned. Or there's possibilities that things can really go in a direction. But it's like, well, if that can happen to the U.S., then it can happen to, why can't it happen to other governments too? Well, what makes the U.S. so different, so unique? I think is the snake that eats snake. There's certain proper elements of the lines and the stars that, and the heart and the love, some of the best elements also being used. It's, I don't know. I don't think is what I'm basically saying, that I think just one is, that just the U.S. is. I think others could too. It's just like, and all the evil that's going on, people fighting and shit, and picking fights. It's like, I think it shows a lot. It shows a lot of these types of people, and it also shows a lot on the end of those who can't stop it or choose not to stop it too. So, which I, again, don't think anybody on Earth, well, unless they have no legs or something, really are not contributing to everything that's going on all at once in some format, even when they choose not to. You choose to vote, but I don't think that's enough. I think I feel like I gotta babysit my vote to the final destination, make sure it counts now. It's like trying to get in that mindset, or I also have to get it more into that. I don't, there's a lot of blind spots that I think are valid. Like, I have to trust. I think I fell into this trust. This trust, I'm telling you, feels like it's a weapon. Is what it feels like. It feels like it's to make us all feel okay with lies and secrets and privacy, and for other people to do whatever the hell they want with us. Is what it feels like. Like it's some kind of sick, sadistic, clever, sweet-talking plan, I find it difficult. I believe to even have a chance in bettering the world, we have to make the world honest. That is a priority, I think. And if we can't get everybody to be honest, I don't know what else. The game just keeps going on, and if that's the case, then fuck. I mean, might as well go play video games then if that's the case, or enjoy the time you have on Earth because we're all going to die. So, and enjoy the life that you can as much as you possibly can, and don't take it for granted or whatever that word is like, or don't take it as given. Is that what it is? But if it's as given, but in a way, it is kind of given, ain't it? It is kind of granted. In a way, ain't it? Like, it starts to make you think. Like, maybe some of these sayings we've been saying for many years, like, we start to be suspicious about certain things. Certain sayings. Where there's, like, hold light, control limbic systems, right minds, and I don't know, just like frequencies and shit. It's like, well, and then people with free will and those without it. Shit, it sounds like I'm dodging bullets, and I wish that I could bring someone else with me to dodge bullets with me. Is what it sounds like. That's what I feel like. I mean, that's what. Like, I realize things, and I realize that they don't want honesty, and that the government set to protect us, that is really trying to dictate everybody, is clearly on the side of lies, acting like they're not at times, like sweet talking, or revealing some things is like the honesty part. Like, if I'm honest, it's like a superpower that I don't know, it's weird. Isn't it interesting that it's like almost like people won't touch you or they'll try to kill you or imprison you if you're honest. I think, like, if you are really out there but when the numbers start ranking in, I think it makes people like me might come off even more threatening. Like, I don't want to be president, but I feel like I wouldn't say that I wouldn't become president if I was drawn and I was in the numbers and drawn into it. Right? I mean, but it's not something I pursue to do. That makes any sense? But but I don't know. There's a lot of weird shit going on in the world, and I don't think it's new, though. I don't really think it's new. I think it's old. I think it's like, I can't help to shake off, like, we live in a great time of awakenings, though. I feel like there's a lot of opportunity for us to finally get closer to the truth for everybody on Earth. There's so much good about this era and this time, but there's still some things holding us back or preventing us. And I really hope people are not controlling people. Like, there's like the evil stuff that I see that can't be happening. I really hope isn't happening because of those blind spots. Because of those blind spots, I realize what can be happening, and I will say, like, and I have seen some people, and I do believe some people are capable of those things. That I just I can't. I just wish that it's not happening, because I don't know what else to do, but I guess that, but tell the truth and hope that somebody maybe steals my formula and starts applying it for the right reasons. I guess I am no better than Winston Churchill. You know, on I give you words and my knowledge, and then you choose. The people choose what they're going to do. Because I do not want to be a cult leader. I don't want to be somebody's dictator. Okay, I feel evil. It feels like we're doing something wrong. We have to do it that way. People should do it because they genuinely want to. Or once the dictation stops, I'm afraid if we were to do a dictation thing, I'm not that person that could do that. I don't think I have that in. I'm not evil enough for that. So I thought about the villain that can end all villains. I have thought about that idea and wondered and asked the question, could that work? And there was a lot of promising results in that path, but on the way there was a lot of horrible, devastating things. What I found that I didn't like about it. So the path of getting there and how it was executed. You know, that's the whole path of it. But it's again, that though is something that I can't do because I'm too honest. You know, I'd devastate my own leadership, start following, or I don't know, like I don't have that kind of evil really in me. Like maybe fictionally, I do wonder if I were to be fictional and go that road and somehow be stupid enough, which I don't see myself ever doing though, because I'm so damn obsessed with knowledge. But if I were, I don't know if I would ever be able to recover from that. It would destroy me from the inside out, is what it would do. Like I still have a chance. There's still hope for me. There would be no chance, no hope for me. That path, not at all. You know, I would never be able to have the thing that I want more than anything in the world, which is true love. That the almost impossible thing to achieve, which is I don't want to get married twice. I want to get married once. I want her to, how to find her. You know, where is she? She's making movies, or I don't know. Is she out there in the entertainment industry? Is she in the sports industry? But the only sense I have is where she could be, and because if I start going the attraction way, that's not. I don't feel like that's going to 100% answer my prayers. But yes, it's a bonus if the attraction is there. But and there's a lot more people that I'm not sexually attracted to than I am sexually attracted to. So it's that would be very awkward if there was some kind of soulmate connection but no, like that trade would suck. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, but whatever. Whatever happens. Hopefully it's better, and maybe I end up with eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I mean, there's a lot of celebrities, a lot of celebrity crushes, I guess, that I have. Real life people in the real world. They are real life people in the real world, but not so much. I've been to a lot of bars and have never fallen in love with anybody at that level in any bar or club that I've ever been in. I haven't. I almost did once, but I was like, wait a second, and I talked myself out of it, or whatever. I was lost, but falling for someone, and it didn't really work because I ended up also, when I was falling for her, I also realized like I was being drawn to somebody else, I was like, what the fuck's happening here? It's like opening me up for destruction, or something. It's like I I started to drift into um, realizing there is a big differentiation between sexual attraction and soulmates, and sometimes you could have a vibe or whatever energy of one there and then one there and then it being split as a human being or whatever, or a guy that I don't know if it's just that, but I will say like um, I'd be lying if I said that there weren't a lot of celebrity, supermodel hot chicks out there that I found to be extremely attractive. Okay, and that I might not be smart enough to not eye the shit out of them. Okay, that's because things like that. I don't, I might do that. I did that once in a bar once when I would, because I just, I, wasn't, I don't know, familiar with the emotions and shit, but I did do, I don't know what the fuck was going on with me in the moment, but, but anyway, what is clear, no soulmate, no love, regardless, okay, out of that situation, that's clear. It's like, move on, find, be like, their loss, maybe my loss too, because sometimes I look at people who have died and I think like maybe if they would have had me in their life, they wouldn't have, or somebody who cared about them in their life, and I feel like, and I look at people that are so, yeah, obviously celebrities because they're the loudest for me, but can be, and I'm thinking like if I were there, could I have made a difference? And I think that's a very good question. I think I would definitely I'll use the beautiful Michelle as an example. I could go to an extent trying to remind her, make sure. I don't know how that happened, but if it's diabetes or something like that, I feel like that's something I feel like I could have definitely helped with. At least I feel like I could have actually had some kind of, if I were, it's I think it's a lot of time is who's in your life in the moment maybe, and like, or who's around, and I think like I wonder if things would have played out different if like even if someone was there to stop someone from committing suicide, even it's like or if or actors that I really liked, like that I really got attached to, like Robin Williams. It was one of my favorites as a kid, and and I don't, or something like that, and looking at stuff like that, like if I was just there, would it have made a difference, or if someone else was there, and I do think about things like that, and and it, but it's like, but I also feel powerless, like I went a path, right? I sense it's like that, it's like the path almost has too much power over us or something. It's weird, and how many people get left behind because of the path first, and not the soul or the people we really bond with or what we would connect with. Uh, don't, or become secondary to the path, which they kind of do if you think about it, even if we don't intentionally want it to. Like the career is so powerful, it costs us people we love that we probably could have stopped. I don't know, I have a site like that. I don't think people are evil, like everybody's evil. I just think, I do think and feel like something was traded, something went wrong, that shouldn't have happened and could have been prevented. It should have been prevented. And it's really like it shapes the characters in the real world. But if you want to say that, I think that's great for fiction, but in the real world, that should not be real at all. You should be letting that happen in the real world. It's like that stuff should be in fiction, if transferred to fiction instead. But it's for character development fictionally. But like when we take it to a character development in the real world, it definitely shapes us for the rest of our lives, the people that we lose. And some of them could have been saved or stopped earlier. I feel like some could have been some like old age and stuff like that. It would have been probably way harder. Like I don't know how they stopped that, but like things like people, choosing to, to that choose or follow the go path. I feel like could be stopped. Like things like that. I feel like if there's just the right people were around. I would not. If I know, I wouldn't let that happen if I was in the room with, or in a situation, or anywhere. To my best ability. Like an action I think is a lot easier. But if something a little more that I don't understand, then I still probably, it's not going to make much of a difference. I might still end up powerless. But like some things I feel like it could have stopped. Like someone offing themselves physically is one of them, I feel like. And then I feel like I might have been able to save someone if it was a medicine related issue, or if that seems like something I could learn, or I could have learned if I were around and ever met anyone who was ever associated with a similar death. So it's, or need, or, so it's like, I don't know, it's an interesting, and if I can't be, maybe robots one day, you know what I mean? But people should not be dying, especially over things that appear like they to be easily resolved if the right person was there, or the right think there's a great loss, and and it feels like in a multiverse, in another universe, life in that universe, that they would still be there, and if things played out different, and but we get the universe where they're no longer with us, where they die, and it fucking sucks, and but and the fictional one that we are no longer in sure hell sounds a whole lot better to me, the real one. But so it's like I know it all. I was supposed to eat this, but I try to talk myself out of eating. So but yeah, I'm gonna try to program myself back into this game in mind, and stop talking, because I'm starting to feel things that I try to bury. But okay.
Lock tight.
Should I uh, get pragmata, or should I not? I'll just stick with this for now, I guess.
This must be it. I can't tell which button's which. Braille. These girls, they look just like... You're the one that locked her up. I'm gonna borrow this. I bet she can read that. Hold it together. Hey. Why did they put you in there?
I don't know. I've always been here.
Do you mind if I come in?
I don't mind.
So, sorry. I'm with the police.
Police?
Yes. I'd like you to come with me.
Why?
I'm Grace. What's your name?
Emily?
Emily. You like reading?
Yeah.
Do you think you could read something for me? Please, I really need your help.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll take you there. There are steps. How about I carry you?
What do you want me to read?
There's some buttons with Braille on them. Can you read them and then push the buttons in this order? Star, star, moon, sun.
Sure.
Thanks. Thank you. I have to keep it together. Thank God. Here it is. You think you can read it?
I can try.
It's like a giant puzzle box. Stay here, Emily. You handle this. I'll, handle that.
Grace? I did it!
I'm here.
I found...
Well done, Emily. Thank you. I thought that thing was dead. I have to keep it together. Thank God. Here it is. You think you can read it?
I can try.
It's like a giant puzzle box. Stay here, Emily. You handle this. I'll, handle that. What was that?
Grace? I did it!
Oh, Emily said she was finished. I'm here.
I found this.
I thought that thing was dead. This is all my fault. I can't just leave her. Oh, God.
Why are you here? Is it for me? Or for her? We can talk. Right. Or we can begin your treatment.
Silent treatment, I hope.
You're an investigator, right? We'll investigate. What do you want to know? Is this where I conduct my research? Yes. Are the answers to your disease here?
You know, I do have a question. When's the last time you brushed your teeth?
You are an ignorant fool. Do you believe in human evolution? I have devoted my life to studying it, while you have devoted your life to failure. You're a dead man walking.
Hey, can you hear me?
Leon, I've been trying to reach you.
Sorry, I was a little tied up. Did you get what I asked for?
The floor plan? Yeah, sending it now.
I'll have to talk with Victor.
I must really like this game or something. I mean, I don't think I've ever played a game. I gotta pause for a second, but a game like the campaign like 4 or 5 times in a row, at like within the release window that Resident Evil REquiem as I have, because I've replayed lots of games more than twice, but this I literally beat, like, I know I forget, but even 3 times is a lot. Is I've never done that before. So three, I don't even think I've done twice in a row before, but 3, 4 times in a row. I mean, I don't know what that says, but I don't know. It popped back in my head like, holy shit. I'm either on my 4th or 5th playthrough. Which is different because I've never done something like this before. But okay, I'm gonna shut up.
He is batshit crazy. Gotta make my way to his office. I'm glad that FBI agent got away.
FBI?
Yeah. Grace Ashcroft. Victor kidnapped her.
What? Why?
I don't know. But I intend to find out. Hope I'm on next. Felt that one, huh? Sorry, but I'm not on the menu. This place is infested. The office should be upstairs. Shame. After another. Every single time. Here. Well, that's my cardio for the week. Pretty sure I found Victor's private office.
Nice work. Lock it up.
Yes, ma'am.
Bingo. I have the IP address. Just give me a minute. And... I'm in.
Okay, hit me. Sherry.
You're killing me.
found some information about our illness. Our symptoms confirm a T-virus infection.
Oh, fuck. Wait. At least we're in it together, right? Alright, what do we got? Elvis. Grace. What's she got to do with this?
Hang on, Emily. I'm coming. Why is this under the hospital? that Emily? Oh, thank goodness. Emily! It collects things. You can do this. The smell. Oh my god. God, I really don't want to go in there. What?
Fluid drainage complete. Processing will now begin.
Whoa. Processing. Shit! No! No, no!
Processing is almost complete. Processing complete.
It stopped. It finally stopped. Thank God. Come on. Last one. Oh, I got in my mouth. Hold on tight. I'm scared. Why is it so loud? It's gonna be okay. Just don't let go. Come on. Come on. good, Emily.
What's going on? Hurry! Go!
Grace? Grace? You okay? Yeah. Yeah. How about you? You okay? Here, I kept this safe for you. Thank you. Let's go. Hey, Emily. Do you maybe want to leave with me? It's not safe here.
Okay.
Good. That's good. Finally. We made it. We did it. Emily? Are you alright? Emily?
I don't know.
Well, let's just... we need to keep moving, okay? Emily?
Okay.
Oh my god.
Hey! Stay right there!
Hey, it's okay. We're not infected.
So you're normal?
I think so.
Thank fuck. Those things still running around.
Who are you?
You don't need to worry about me.
I'm tired.
I know.
That your kid?
What's...
This? Old war wound. I can't run away even if I wanted to.
Can you fly this?
Sure can. My bastard boss took the key. You know, I could fly us all out of here. If you go get it for me. It's in there. I'd go myself, but I can't outrun those things, not with this leg.
Are you lying to me?
What? Have you seen the same shit I've seen? Look, lady, we're out of options here. How much longer do you think any of us can survive?
Can I go back to my room now?
It's not safe.
Hey, we can help each other. I'll protect her. If you get the key, I'll keep her safe. I promise.
It's a deal. Come on. I got you. Ready? No. Come on. Gotta strap you in. Oh, I'm Grace, by the way. This is Emily.
Harry.
Thank you, Harry.
No problem.
I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm.
Please, just let it be in here. Oh, I see.
Every single grain of sand. You are getting very, very sleepy. And then
Who? What the hell? Found you.
Yes, Zeno, that's correct. All tests have come back positive. I can confirm that she is indeed the one that we've been searching for. If all goes as planned, Elpis will soon be in our hands. Of course. But first, I must initiate the protocol. I've done it.
Nines in the rain, nines in the play.
I've done it.
Singing nonsense until the train. What do you think singers sing about cheating? So, you think it's like they're confessing that they're cheaters? Or are they trying not to cheat? What do you think it is? Of all the songs that they can write. Which song? There was something over here, but I guess not. I can't remember. Of all the songs that one night. Bye bye. That's a long way. Stop the rule. Waste this. I don't really need to. I got health packs. Because I'm not finishing this and rushing out. Ow. That. This out.
Please work.
Uh-oh. Well. Okay. Whatever the hell they call those things. Someone made them up.
Oh, shit.
Go check on health. Yeah, good thing I did. But there's a dollar. There's just one thing that I haven't been able to get on any of my playthroughs. And there's this doll that's supposed to spawn here. I always mess it up. The speed run and the doll are like, I'm slow as shit, but I already know I'm not getting the speed run. And the doll, I just keep forgetting the sequence and pattern after learning it. Ow. I should have saw that coming without stalking. I wonder if I stayed here with blood and if Grace would drown. There's a scene. I didn't actually, I never died down there, actually, if you think about it. And this way, some people say this part's the hardest part. I've died in a lot of places, but I don't think I've ever died in here. Because that infinite ammo is one star. I think I died out here, actually. It's low health, actually, come think about it. And there's something over here. Out, I didn't see it. But I would remember. There's two of them, if I recall. But there was two in the end of the stairs in the Xbox version. And apparently on the PlayStation version, there was only one. Yeah. I just want the extra kills. Get this up, I think, anyway. Then this just keeps going. But you can't collect any blood here, which sucks. We'll let me back into this room here. I just never tried. No. This is gonna go to the. I found all the raccoons, but this was actually the last one I found. This one was hidden. I had to actually look this one up. I was able to find all of them. I think I was able to find all of them by myself, but I know for a fact that this one here I didn't find by myself. I had to look it up, and I don't know how I kept missing it because I wasn't paying attention to the map or some shit. I don't know, not the smartest bulb. I think there's something here too. Here. That I believe I've gotten here before. I might have missed one spot, inventory slot.
this and there. Because you're not going to need this. She's not going to need this because Kennedy's going to take over. It's going to change play or normal playthrough, which is considered the one with the ink. You do get auto saves when you play as Kennedy, but like I believe you can even save with him without ink, if I recall. But I only ever... Well, I think I played it twice, actually. I was saying I thought once, but I think I did play it twice. I feel like talking is not good enough in this day and age, because, like, the most honestest person on Earth, you know, but I'll just show it in the video for video proof. That's how we all should be made honest, make ourselves honest. But I don't know if it'll show how many times I beat it, but I will show you that I played the shit out of it at the very least through this app. My 1 second. Right? Got a friend invite, or I don't know what this is. One friend request. I don't know who that is. I don't even talk to people. I'm such a loner. So I'm managing. I mean, I do a lot of more talking online than I do nowadays. I think I was amazingly talked to an old friend that I used to play Xbox with, because I usually don't. I did talk to one not too long ago. I went from a completely different person, from being called Preacher Brandon to probably not existing on planet Earth anymore, I'm imagining, and learned words like parasocial and wondering what the feeling is, and then why I think it sounds pretty fucking cool. It's like, but also like, what is that like? Cause I don't know. I listen to a lot of things, and a couple words stick with me every now and then, and that one is one that kind of makes me think of ghosts, you know, of ghosts, spirits, or whatever. Hive minding, like if it was, you know, there's people that hear voices. I wish I heard it. Maybe I'd be a little less lonely if I heard voices. Unfortunately, I have a lot of issues. My mental health is not the best, but last time I heard voices, every time I go to LA, my head splits open like a radio. I hear a whole lot of voices. Something about LA that falls into my brain and does some weird shit, crawls into my brain and makes me hear things. It's just cool, but also takes some getting used to. But I'm looking for, I'm like getting lost going through here talking, and getting lost because I'm getting old, and apparently Hades 2 is the last game I barely played that. It's a popular one, but I'm not really. Yeah, where is it? Oh, right here next to Resident Evil 2. So I did launch it. I forget I went back and thought about replaying Resident Evil 2. I don't know, so stats. I wish it would tell me how. It only tells me how the time, unfortunately. Just 3 days, 17 hours, and 36 minutes, which I don't know if that's long or not. But this, if you can see it, 3 hours, that's Resident Evil REquiem on there, and it's 850 gamer score.
I played this game on here. I said it was like 4 or 5 times this PlayStation 1 is because I couldn't remember. But I'm starting to remember that I think this I beat it 3 times. So I think I beat it once on, let's see here. No, so I got the minimalist and the never touch this stuff in one playthrough. That's right. So I got the never touch this stuff in the minimalist in one playthrough. I had to go back, I think, for little things. I think that's right, because I played this 3 times. I played it once. The first time I played it, I think I played it on the level that was below this. Or no, I was like, yeah, and then so I was like, okay, that was easy. Then the second time, I actually played it on the same difficulty that I am now, if I recall correctly, and I also did the minimalist and never touched stuff all in that playthrough. And then the third time, I went in and played it on easy. That was the last time, I believe, and to get things like to go through and get something else. I forget what it was. Craft every possible item with Leon. Earn 200,000. So, and then I have it almost completed, or played. Well, actually, it's about, I don't know, 30, 40, not even half, I guess, on Switch 2, I guess. But trying to jump the gun here because I kind of know I'm going to beat it on the Switch also, but more incentive with the achievements. And I also have it on Steam as well. So yeah, so I really went all out Resident Evil REquiem, and I plan on doing the same thing for James Bond's. Is the next one I plan on doing all the way through, going crazy on, perhaps a bit too much on. To the point, I might be stupid and invest in capitalism and get that collector's edition, just like that. It's not really I think it's okay, but I'd much rather, have a Wolverine statue, or I hope, Gears of War does something, but I don't think Microsoft's going to do anything for collectors. I doubt it, because they kind of, moved away from that for their games. But or maybe that was the last, because it's shown here my last was, yeah, because that's right. No, I take that back. So I played it on this difficulty, or was it this difficulty? Wait a second. What achievements am I missing? Because I can't remember. It's 3. I'm missing 2 achievements, no, not 3. I thought it was 3, but it's 2. Complete the main story in Insanity, which I'm ready to do because I got unlimited ammo and stuff. I just haven't done that yet. And complete the main story by releasing Elvis within 4 hours. That I'm never getting. That I'll never get. Oh, thank God the other one's not an achievement. The one that I get confused looking for. It's an in-game achievement, but it's not an actual achievement. So I would end up with 1,000 gamer score on this if it wasn't for Speed Demon. Because I'm going to get... I will get this one eventually. Complete the main story and Insanity difficulty. But I don't know about within 4 hours. I'm not that fast. Even when I have superpowers and shit, I don't know if I'm gonna, because I get distracted. I will set the controller down, so I gotta be really motivated for this achievement. And I don't think I am that motivated for that one. So my guess, but the speed thing. But anyway, and then for Resident Evil 2, I was gonna go back and also play on. I think there was a difficulty that I missed. I recall. But it's like no training mode, is that what it's called? Or wait, there's DLC that I never played apparently for Resident Evil 2. Oh, I don't. Just I must have played this on below standard because it's like standard hardcore. That's what it was. I was gonna go back and play it on those because I didn't even do that. It's a blame apparently on this one. But yeah, so that's 660 though, out of 1,070, because 70 are 70 of the gamer score belong to and I can't remember the last time I beat that. I went back to start to play it again, but I didn't beat it this year. I'll beat it like I don't remember what year. That's like fucking I don't know. I don't remember. But beat Life is Strange Reunion this year. Resident Evil REquiem the most out of every game is REquiem. I have also been playing some Crimson Desert. I've tried Greedfall, The Dying World. I don't have time for these. I chose Crimson Desert instead to invest my time in between the two. And I was playing Replaced for a bit. Not a bad game, actually. I kind of like Replaced because I like Reanimal and Little Nightmare, like that kind of thing, and Limbo and a couple things. It's not like that, but it has some elements to it, but not really. Come to think about it, but I almost beat Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade for a second time. The first time I played this on PS4, never finished it. And then I played it on PS5 and finished it. And the DLC on PS5 finished it. And then I got it on Xbox and Nintendo Switch. And been taking my time with them because I also will probably get Rebirth for the Switch 2. And the problem with Rebirth, though, is like it's so like it is a longer game, and I get why some people are into that style, but and there are times segments that are very slow, a lot slower than the first part. I tried I was playing Final Fantasy 3, 4, and 6 on here actually, because I don't own Final Fantasy on Xbox. The main 6, I have them on PlayStation, only on PlayStation. And I kind of wish I would have got them on Xbox because of the handheld, but I never did. And messing around with the old stuff, but a lot. I don't know. That's they're just too much. I can only pick one Final Fantasy to deal with right now, and I choose 7 to replay. So because I tried to get into Final Fantasy 13. I just could not get into it. I tried. And then, because I thought I liked the characters, or some things I liked about Final Fantasy 13, but then it was like, I don't know, I just couldn't get into it. And then Final Fantasy 15, I think there was things better in that than over, like gameplay wise, especially over that, but it was complete the opposite. Like I didn't get into the characters, and I think is what I remember. But I never finished it. And then Final Fantasy 16, I actually finished that. I beat that on PlayStation. Right here on the PS5. So, and I think I even streamed it when I beat it. I'm thinking about on YouTube, but and that game was so I needed a mind to push myself through, because I liked the monster battles, and then I was disappointed with some, and then I was like, I remember like having like hating it and liking it at the same time for Final Fantasy 16. Like, there's battles in that game that are better than all the Final Fantasy 7 games I've ever played. I will give it that for FF16. I think it has some of the best fighting of some of the battles I remember were way cooler in all the FF games. But it also, if I recall, it is shit. It's a long game. I don't know. I don't think it's as long as Rebirth. Rebirth took me forever to get through, and that's like if there. But I finished Reanimal this year. Replayed Resident Evil 4, I believe, this year also. I think I beat that again on the remake, because I didn't play the remake until this year, all the way through. I think it was the beginning of this year. And Village, I finished all the way through, and actually I thought Village was. I wish I would have gave Village a chance, because actually Village has amazing kind of like artwork style, and I get like, I think Village is truly unique, and I shouldn't have hated on it or got like drifted away from it, like really bored of it. Like, I don't know what happened. I think my mind was looking at it when I went in, like thinking it was so different that I couldn't, I just didn't think it made any sense. And then I go in and start playing. It starts to make it makes a lot of sense, actually. Once you start to, I just didn't give it time to explain to me why there's werewolves and shit running around. When I only remember super fucked up people and zombies in Resident Evil, because I never finished Resident Evil 1. And despite that too had weird things in it, like Village, because I don't remember anything bizarre in Resident Evil 2. Everything was either mutated or zombie, or Resident Evil 3. And Resident Evil 4 was just mutated, fucked up, hive-minding cultist town. So it's like, and then trying to control everybody, and then brainwash them all, and then Resident Evil 5. Resident Evil 5, I think, had one of the coolest villains, if I recall. It was like, that one was like all Wesker, if I recall. Like, it was, I think people hated on that one. I thought it was like, if I remember correctly, when I first played it, I didn't finish it, and I went back to play it and played it all the way through, and I was like, I wish I would have given it another chance, and I did. And I thought, like, wow, this is actually not as bad as I did. And I did that the same thing with Village. I was like, wow, it's not as awful as I thought it was. It was like, it didn't make any sense. Because I just like associated with zombies and derangedness, and I don't know why I didn't with FF, or not FF, I mean RE5 though. At first, I don't remember why. And then I got into it after, when I went back to play it. I also was going to replay Player Obscure Expedition 33 again on the PlayStation, because I beat it on Xbox, and then also the Vampire Masquerade Bloodlines 2 on Xbox. But that one I beat on PlayStation. But that game also was broken last time. Had a lot of issues. It had a lot of identity issues, even. It had a lot of issues going on in it. But and I wish there were some things that I wanted in the gameplay. I wish they would have let players do. But overall, like, I actually dig quite a bit of the Masquerade Bloodlines. So quite a bit of it was I happened to get really into, like, to the point where I beat it, and played it all the way through, and took my time and enjoyed it. Little Nightmares 3 is supposed to have DLC this year, which some people might forget because Reanimal release. But that's all supposed to have additional stuff coming for it this year. And I beat that, and despite that, it's not as good as like Little Nightmares 2, but I still expect, just because it's not very as good, I still am looking forward to the DLC for it. And hopefully that's better. But let's like apparently the store in here deals. Look through this. Yeah, I don't know what's going on right now, but on my Play Anywhere games, Invincible was one that I thought about, but I didn't get that. But I thought about it. It says I own Pragmata. Wait, no, that's the demo. Sorry, it's the own Pragmata demo. Shit. But is that where I played Pragmata? I remember playing it. That's probably the demo. Like, I was like, I don't know, keep up with all this shit, man. Holy shit. I have here coming to Game Pass as Kellen for this month. And Vampire. I used to actually play the hell out of Vampire Survivor. I think Vampire Crawlers is kind of like Survivor. It's a brain dead game. Oh no, it looks nothing like that. Never mind. Something else, a card game that I'll give it a shot and try it out. But it's free. 21st. And yeah, I don't know. It's not coming up for me. What's coming out this year right now? For a lot of stuff, it's top our fucking years off the top of my head that I can remember. I was hoping that game. I really wanted to play that one game. It was big that I was looking forward to. It had Mrs. English or Miss English, and forget her name, first name. All of a sudden, all I can remember is English, but it was like, but yeah, I like her acting. She's like really cool, and she like comes off like someone like I feel like I would want to hire for, like, if I was looking for someone if I was in the business of making games. But and plus one of the games that she was in coming up was one of my most anticipated games of whatever year it decides to come out now. I don't know this year or next year. And man, what was it? It had that like mystical, magical power girl. It looked pretty sick. But I haven't seen it. I don't know. So, like I said, there's so many video games that have been blasted in my head, and that one actually seemed to not be advertised much anymore. Something happened to it, but I remember that. But I mean, I remember Prey 2, for God's sake. So, and then that got canceled, and I was like, what the fuck? Scalebound was also one that I thought looked pretty dope. But whatever. And then it's like Devil May Cry, meets Dragons, like Aragon. Like, that would have been an actually unique dragon type game. It's a damn shame that they canceled that one. But because that one looked like it could have been really cool, Scalebound, like unique in itself. And but yeah, Gears, it's pretty loud. Wolverine's pretty loud. In the spotlight. Insomniac, pretty much anything Insomniac puts out is gonna catch my attention because I don't know, they're one of my all-time favorite developers, and I gotta be honest, like there's a lot of PlayStation games that I feel like I'm supposed to be into, but I'm not really. I'm gonna try out Soros, but I'm not like. I played Returnal, and I didn't really. I mean, I felt like it was great for gameplay wise, but for some reason I didn't really get into Returnal, so I don't know. So it's like, and it's based kind of like that. So I'm thinking, I might not. It might be the same thing for me. Because like running around in a circle, die, repeat, come back. I think I have to be in a mindset for it. That type, whatever. But because I don't. But anyway, there's also Naughty Dog. I like Naughty Dog. I actually don't. Okay, so some of the games that are big hitters from them, I wasn't a big like I never finished because I could never get into a lot of the Jack games. But I really like the Jack and Dexter game. I even played Dexter on PSP. I only finished one Jack and Dexter game ever in my life, which was the very first one. It was the only one I really, really, really liked. But and then the rest I kind of like fell backwards, and I don't know, just something happened. I just like never finished any of them. And then Uncharted is my all-time favorite of their entire franchise. I played and beat every single Uncharted except for the PlayStation Vita Uncharted game. Is the only one I never finished, which was Golden Abyss. I beat Uncharted Lost Legacy, Uncharted 4, Uncharted 3, Uncharted 2, Uncharted 1, so the 5 Uncharted games, and I even played Uncharted 1 and 2 and got the Platinums, or not the Platinums, but I beat those games on the hardest difficulty, and I started the third on the hardest difficulty, and I played the shit out of. I played Uncharted 1 and 2 the most, and then I might go back and actually beat Uncharted 3 and 4 on the hardest difficulty eventually. I don't know, see what happens. Because those are my favorite Naughty Dog games. I like The Last of Us as well. Not as much as Uncharted, but they're definitely way better than a lot of the others, like some of the Jack stuff. And so like The Last of Us Part 1 and Part 2 I beat. I almost got every single trophy in. I almost platinumed The Last of Us Part 2. Like I have almost every single trophy in Last of Us Part 2. So when I played that, I played the hell out of that. Intergalactic, I will give it a try. I will play it. Right now, I don't know. It doesn't look bad to me. Like some people are saying it does. I don't think it looks bad. I think it looks okay. But I don't really know what is going on yet. It could be like a sword gameplay mechanic, like adventure game that, I also want to see more on the story, what's going on, because I actually totally forgot. So, but it's still on my mind as intriguing, and I saw that they were going to do Uncharted 5 and Last of Us Part 3. Hopefully they do. I voted when I saw that online for Uncharted 5. Especially Uncharted 5, but out of the three. It was my number one pick. But The Last of Us Part 3, I think, also makes sense, and I will also probably beat that as well. If that came out and played, I would definitely. I feel like it would. And then, but yeah, what's coming out this year? That's still coming out this year. You think? I think Fable still is. I think they've made it clear. Halo is probably coming out with the new Xbox this year at the end of the year. My guess. I think it's Combat Evolved remaster, remake. I don't know. I don't remember, but I played and beat Gears of War 1 the most in different, I don't know, formats and graphics. I still this day keep thinking, like, why just Gears of War 1 though, like, and why they don't do it with Gears 2 and Gears 3 eventually. But when I think, like, if I recall, like, Gears 2 was my first Gears game actually that I played and beat. I beat Gears 2 before I did Gears 1. So, and I remember the giant monsters, the destruction of the city, like certain things, the cutting out the worm's hearts, like there was being eaten by a giant worm in Gears 2. Like, if I recall, Gears 2 had a lot going on in it. I almost want to say it had more going on than Gears 3. And I know it did in Gears 1. It had more going on than Gears 1. But it's just, like, interesting that they don't at least do something with Gears 2, the Coalition. But, I mean, I'd like them to give Gears 2 special treatment, but because I would like to go back and play that again someday in a better, or whatever. So I'll probably give it more time now, because I played it co-op and whatever. So a whole bunch of shit, memories, and people that don't last. So, but anyway, then Halo. That's coming out this year. Fable. Fucking a lot of. I don't know. Fable 4 and Fable remake, reboot. What happened? There's Outer Worlds 2. Never finished that one. I did finish the first one. Beat the first one. I never finished Outer Worlds 2. There's Avowed. I don't think I finished that either, but I remember playing quite a bit of it. But there's a lot. And some reason I'm here playing Resident Evil for a 4th or 5th time. So putting myself to sleep. Brain dead. Talk. ASMR. So life is real exciting, real exhilarating. Of lately. Yeah. So I'm gonna go do something this summer. Do something, plan a trip. So I need to socialize with people in the real world, because I've been finding myself like barely leaving. Well, it doesn't count all my appointments and other things that have been going on. But I mean, I have been leaving my room that I rent. So my section. And considered looking for an apartment, again, but then I was like, well, when I did, it was a lot rougher by myself, so, like, financially. So I don't have, like, $1 million, so. And rent keeps going up and up. some places, so that was in costing a fortune. Where I think it would be nice to have a place out in the middle of the woods, because then I could, or somewhere in a community where I can not have to worry about anything. I thought about it, but I also thought, like, how long that would take. And I also thought about the temporary debt that it would put me in to get it, also on top of that. And I don't like credit cards, so I've never used one in my life, and I've had the option many times to do so, and sometimes it would have helped me, perhaps in some situations, but I still didn't like the taste of using credit cards, so I just didn't. I think I got credit, though. I mean, there's other ways of building credit. So, but anyway, yeah, let's play this. What was I putting in here, taking back out? Afraid of death. We're off on a mission. We're gonna shoot this last thing, Kennedy. Fight this big boss. Like the President Kennedy coming up here. Yeah, I'll have to. I'll just go ahead and fine. Let's go. Let's get the hell out of here. Get in the helicopter. Crash the helicopter. Oh, look, there's even more coming out. You see that shit? Waste of ammo.
You get it?
I wonder if there's a secret if I were to go back there. Like, if anybody ever went back and tried and see if, like, all of them would have ate Grace alive.
I'm right next to you.
That's okay,
I'm alright.
Come on.
And this is the first time I'm playing it in Noir mode. I'm not beating it this morning again, but I will play through at least the Kennedy scene coming up. And I think that's the end of this section. Is it a church? I don't remember. Some building. That's why I'm not skipping through the cutscenes, because it's different in this old school kind of filter, which I'm sure like most people probably haven't played in this filter, because there's really no incentive to play in this filter, and it's like not the best filter. But it's Noir. You know, it's old school spider Noir. It's gotta go back and write shit. And throw it in the garbage, maybe. Who knows what I'll do with it. I need friends that will take my things away from me and before I destroy them and publish them for their own personal gain. That know a lot more about that than I do.
Hello, gorgeous.
Okay, so here is where I missed. The raccoon? One of the mini raccoons? Pretty sure I remember where all the raccoons are. So I won't need to cheat for that, I don't think. But for safe codes, stuff like that, I'll have to cheat and speed it up.
Just can't stay out of trouble.
I'll have to look stuff up. Yeah.
Sheriff, Grace is still here.
The FBI agent.
There won't be a thing.
Lots of files on Victor's computer.
Here, thought.
She's connected to this somehow.
Like, I think the story expansion for this could be sick. Like, the DLC could be pretty awesome. But here's where the extra stuff would be later on. That. There's this. So, alright. So I'm gonna take out these guys first. I think I had aim assist on or some shit. Yeah. Alright, so I'll shoot this. Let's see. Right there, this is invisible. Did I get him? It's hard to see if I did. Just for seconds. Alright, no. I should not have done that. Because I need that for the big guy. Which means I needs it.
Service.
Guess not. I guess I didn't need it. It's like, somehow it's easier on PlayStation. I have to say, like, I probably should have just played it without.
Next.
Yeah, I do feel like it, like the PlayStation DualSense controller is a lot, like it somehow has made it better on here. Yes, I did get it. That one was the one I missed. But I do feel like the DualSense controller is easier.
Excuse me.
Compared to what it used to be. It used to be the Xbox controller used to be easier. See what happens. That was pretty shitty. No waste. Got a perfectly good gas tank. It probably didn't even affect it. Ammo here. I believe there's something hidden. I want to say there's something hidden. If I remember correctly. Something hidden. Something. There. So here we go. This is the last thing I'll do.
Stay with me.
and then I'll call it a night or morning or whatever the fuck it is.
Leon.
It's morning, but night for me,
Help me, I
I
can't
guess.
talk,
Or
please.
Hey, look at me.
that's
Look
whatever.
at me, okay? Yeah. Can't stay here.
That was a
That should
dark
be the way
shit.
to the water treatment plant. It's our way out.
Monsters. This somehow scares people.
Hey, just don't give up. Take it.
I never once thought it was scary.
Now.
Bubbly here. Big old blue bubbly guy.
Keep our friends busy.
I wonder if that was actually about a cat. Yeah, that's death. I died. But cool thing with him is that he does not play by the same rules as he does. Well, I forget how to roll. I'm thinking about it. I think you just roll. Don't forget how to. These, let's wait for them to throw this here, throw this down there in the room. Okay. One more on him. Might be able to do here. Oh damn, I'm supposed to go towards him. But, oh, he's hitting me. Wait. I got him though. I shot. Oh, there's one more. One more. See if I can hit him. I was on his back too. So it'll be a little trickier. But not much. Oh, you bastard. Oh man, I was gonna do it, but I feel like doing this with a sniper rifle. Damn, I gotta go. I just walked in the flames. I did not die. I feel like. Oh, there we go. That's okay. Gotta go. Grenade down. I can pick up a grenade, and I think the sequence ends. That thing. Nothing else to kill, I believe. Hip hip hooray! Help, DualSense battery's dying just in time, so I was gonna get off after this sequence anyway. Because I still have not watched Euphoria episode 2 of season 3. Let's see. And I feel like how Daredevil falls at night on a Tuesday releases, and then like right at like 3 a.m. the next day is like The Boys from Amazon drops their superhero, their thing. So it's like Tuesday and Wednesday back to back, like within a short time frame from each other. Oh, that's right. Actually, there is this segment that I might save. This segment is
actually very easy to beat. Believe it or not, I found this, and then I saw that someone else found this. That if you run around, if you do one of the things, like don't go to the first one on the one that like the first time I went, the second gameplay I did it, and then the third I did it because I did it twice, and I remember doing it twice in a row. That if you go to the one in the back first, like it actually makes that scenario so much easier. Like if you run past the girl or go past the girl, get to the back and get that the hardest one, which is that wheel. Like it's literally like if you do that first, it makes that whole scenario way easier. But I believe this is a save. I am gonna save. There's a save up here. I waste one of these things just in case. But I do believe this already saved right here though. Even in whatever you want to call it. And I think there is. Is there? I don't know if this counts, if this place. I might actually have to look it up. If they're saying I would. Let me see here. I don't know. I'm not going to look it up. There might be. I don't remember off the top of my head. Too tired.
I'm sorry, I know it hurts.
A doll or a bobblehead. A raccoon. Do that. Turn on. Like once you get back up here, it's easy because you just run that light and then you turn on the other thing. But down there, it's actually also easy if you do it a certain way. It's incredibly easy actually to do it a certain way, in a certain pattern.
It's okay, Emily. Rest you.
There's one thing I still have not figured out, and that is that damn puzzle, secret puzzle that's not an achievement, but it's still an achievement in the game, though it's an achievement in the game directly. Look at that. You see how it gave me 5 REquiem bullets? Like, that right there is already enough. Like you could, all you really need is 1 REquiem bullet, or I think you could throw something at it if you don't want to use a REquiem bullet, but I guess you will need to use something unless there's another way. I had to shoot it once, and that was it, because there's one scene where you have to try to unjam that damn thing. And there is one ink thing here, so. This game is actually alone a lot easier when you use the blood sample stuff. And I'm thinking about it, so I'm gonna grab this, save here, call it a night. It's 4:20. You know, people in their type of vision stuff. I don't know. You know, like when you take a driver's test and like they teach you how to drive with they're like many years ago, because I haven't done that in many years, but it's like you do it and then it's like you're one of the things is like you to think like there's ghosts. Right? You have to pretend, like, if there's no traffic around, you have to, like, pretend there is. You know? Like, I don't know if you ever had a trainer like that. I did. I had a trainer that, even when I had no cars around, they wanted me to act like I did. So it would be like, imagine if there's a car here, even when there's not. It's like a point of view, and so
You know, I thought, and I wrote this, that I think that's what they're doing with Jumanji. Speaking of Ghost, you know, because there's the ghost cars that remember the player. That I thought that's probably what's going to happen. I said a joke that all the worlds of Jumanji, and then all of a sudden it's called Jumanji Open World. I think is what the name of it is. The next Jumanji, and because I was like, you know, what are the characters ghosts? And by ghosts, I mean, do they remember or rivals? You know, or do they remember who played them? You know, when the played, remember their players. And it's like a record, and they come back, and that's what I think the next Jumanji is that they're, my guess, because it is a game, they remember. And I also think that that there will be another Jumanji after this one in December that goes into Zathara. Because why not? They're the same person, and they could imagine that the same cast goes and does Zathara, and they start playing a new alteration version of Zathara next. Like if Jumanji met Zathara, and it was also the conversion movie that converted the game into Zathara. You know, I wouldn't do it this one, but I like the next one be like Jumanji meets Zathara, so they have like more to do with more things to do, because Zathara is like outer space and stuff. Like each layer, they're in the game now. The games come out of the world, which is what this one is. Amazing cast for it too. Yeah, I'm sure it's gonna be funny. They're gonna have like all their sense of humor involved while they're having an adventure. And then they get the Zathara game, or I think I'm probably saying it wrong, but the other game, and they kind of like go into that game, and then they come out of that game. You see what I'm saying? You know, because it's not just a world, but it's, you know, Jumanji is a world, and then Jumanji comes back to the real world, but Zathara is like a whole other level, where it's like if I recall, it's like sci-fi and intergalactic stuff. So it's that I recall, like, so it's, you know, it could be like you go into that world, and it's well, you're going into more than just a world for that one, right? So it's, and then the next, you know, so I think like that's what can happen. I think that's what can happen. You know, I'm calling it right now, that I think like I think if I were to ever get into acting and or anything, like that's not a bad group to, you know, hit the jackpot and get invited to join the crew of Jumanji for a Zathara movie even in the future, and as actually, you know, training up. But I got to get the invite first, or I'm not training up. But it depends on what type of shape I need to be in, or stuff like that. But if I got the invite for Zathara, or the Jumanji hybrid Zathara film, I would definitely go. I would say yes. I would do that. Because I could see myself doing something like that. Someone would be like, "Who the hell is this guy?" Be like, someone who's trying to, you know, find home that is lost, like I don't know, a wandering ship at sea can't find their lighthouse. Or I thought I saw a lighthouse once, and it turned into a giant mimic monster. It was actually a giant monster luring me to my doom. So it turned out that I was played by this monstrous creature. It just goes, just be bored. awkward. It's like, how in tune are you with the real world? I'm more in tune probably with mentally right now with the um with the Dark Souls culture of horror films, and, spiritually, just kind of like, like, yeah, see that monster? I don't need to develop a Boston accent. I don't know about, but I start to feel it coming on because my mind. I'm a horrible person because I think it's one of the sleaziest accents I've ever heard in my life, and my accent is pretty bad. My self-isolation accent is very ASMR-ish. I think it sounds like ASMR. My voice when I listen to it, I'm not. When I listen to it, very weird. It's like listening to someone who could put you to sleep. If I go on and on and on and on, and people actually listen, yeah, I'm definitely putting them to sleep. Like that, I can see. When I put myself in that perspective, I start to fall asleep because I'm listening to myself. When I hop out of my body and look at myself like a weirdo, I'm like standing behind me. Right now, I'm standing behind me while I sit in this chair, and he's like, "Damn." His voice is so ASMR-ish. Like, I can't even comprehend. It's putting me to sleep. It's draining me. Like, damn. Fall asleep any moment now. The thing is, like, when I'm not out of my body, I can't even hear myself. I can feel vibrations by focus, but you know what I hear? A fan cranked up to 100 most of the time. Like, this fan takes up at least 90% of all sound that I got running on right now. But anyway, yep, it would be nice to have a good night, but unfortunately I'm going to settle for an okay one instead of a great one. And pray for that great one, for a great one that also comes with a hint of immortality at the very least. Something that's like preferably everlasting. But so far, if I get a great night ever again, it's eventually, people go separate ways. Being in my head while I play on this game, and while I'm fighting sleep, and while I'm like deploying myself to talk. I am watching a throbbing brain manifest before my eyes, and it's like all I can think of is this brain that's like acting like a heart that's like pumping, like boom, 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 boom right now, and then my heart's like trying to get my attention and be like, hey, you're missing something. You need a family. You lonely bastard. Stop brainwashing yourself thinking you don't. You need a family. It's like, well, do I really? I got a lot to worry about if I do. I'm not sure. I'd be like, oh, I'll save them, and then something goes down and be like, how in the hell am I going to save them? I'm outnumbered. you know, by democracy or something, some giant army shows up. Like, well, come on, be reasonable. Someone's like, oh, it'll never stop me. Yeah, that says every person that's ever been stopped, you know, or beaten. We all lose and win, hopefully, you know, as well. I win. Um, I don't know. Gee, I didn't win for this, but I don't know. But anyway, yeah. So okay, Gen sync out after I hit this save button. Did I already do this? No, I didn't. Okay. Well, I just need a weird crew to distract me, deploy me, and to. I mean, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna like butt heads with creators. Yeah, like, you know, my point of view is like maybe the world would be better if none of us ever owned IP ever again. You know, Frankenstein and Dracula, everything's gonna be eventually free. Act free reign or whatever they call it. So why not just speed up the process and hurry it up? Then let people do what they want to do, and hopefully they let me in because I don't know how to get in, and when I get close, I'm fucking falling asleep. Because do you understand? Driving great distance requires lots of naps, and um and flying on a plane is, well, pop rocks in my brain for probably a while. I'm gonna require alcohol for flying on a plane, but okay. But anyway, I love you. What other magical words are we supposed to say before we hang up our controllers? Because that's what I'm speaking to. I may or may not go watch Super Mario Galaxy with a bunch of screaming children. I don't know. As of right now, I have no plans slated except for to try to. No, actually, I do. I do have plans. I got a lot of appointments. I got one killer tooth that is my number one priority at the moment is to take care of this. Unbelievable how one tooth can have so much power. One bad tooth that can have so much power. So I gotta take care of that one bad tooth and um, what is it? They say the doc said he's gonna save it. So I'm like, okay, I'm trusting you. You're gonna save it. He said, I'll save it. So okay, he's gonna save it, I guess. Because I was thinking about pulling it, but he's like, no, 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 we'll save it. I said, okay. So I could save it. He's like, you could save it. It could be saved. So I'm like, okay, all right, fine. But yeah, so sweet dreams. Awkward word, sugar, poo, or what is it? What is something you say that people would say that to complete strangers before they go to sleep? Beware of the Sandman. He might come into your dreams and twist them into nightmares and levitate you off the bed and drag you into a paranormal realm. Because, yeah, things can't get any worse. But anyway, until they do. Yeah, okay. But anyway, which one do you prefer? Plums and sugar plums and sweet canes and lobsters upside the head. I don't know, but eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tiger by the nose. I don't know, but that spider song. What was it? Snow broke the spider's nose song. Where was that from? But yeah. But anyway. Devil bless or God bless. Weird bless, pretty bless, spicy bless, sugar bless, PlayStation bless, all the blesses. Whatever one is the Almighty, because that's the most important God of them all. So the Almighty, whoever that is, or whatever that is, the universe, I'm pretty sure is the Almighty. But okay, Almighty Universe, sweet dreams, because I don't know. It's just my to go. I don't know why. I should be like spicy dreams or something. But I always say sweet dreams instead, apparently. I'm going to try to program myself, train myself to tell everyone spicy dreams from now on. See where that goes. I'm going to try. See how, I'm probably going to go off script eventually. I try that, program that into my brain. I walk into a rememberable. I'm pretty sure I talked to many celebrities online, and I think the first one I ever talked to online was a Jonas brother, unless it was a really good, clever troll. But I don't fucking remember. There's a lot of different people, and anyone who's open for creation, I'm down. But unfortunately, I'm not a producer, so I require a producer. I could act, but it never was my preferred choice of things. I can act, is what I'm saying, but I don't seek it out. If that makes any sense. But yeah. So, but I also have directing skills, camera as well. But I also don't have a fancy camera, so. I mean, I have a fancy phone camera I pulled up a lot of shots with in the past, but I could definitely see myself doing photography if I have a producer. That someone is to dare to finance and produce, I will be their property for all of their allowance, for all their acceptance allowance. Someone once said, because I was, what was it? I was like covered in sand. I was a fully grown ass adult, like jumping into waves. Like, I heard someone say I was expensive, and I was like, "Are you rich? Great. That means that I'm exclusive. Someone out there can afford me." Well, anyway, hopefully not like one of those bad people that I could go into detail on, but I'd rather not. And it's like I get one of those rich people, and then I'm like locked in their secret sex dungeon, and yeah, but not that one. I prefer not, unless it's well, I mean, if she's super hot, maybe temporarily, but I can't do that forever. I'm not immortal. I'm still a human, unfortunately. So, yeah. So I gotta be careful with some of that. But anyway, you know, I get bought by the wrong rich person. Yeah. But yeah, so REquiem blessings. 10, 06, 30, 40 now, 40 something second blessings. Version part 2 universe is very vast and definitely full of energy. So I don't think it's any more almighty than the universe. So by feeling it, seeing it subatomically, all these wonderful and well, actually, even they sound like horror stories of what happened to these people. So I don't know how wonderful that really is. Think about it, it sounds damn fucking horrifying. But anyway, God bless, and yeah, a real awkward I love you. Yep.